Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Tax Committee. It's our final interim committee for this year. We do have a couple of new members joining us. Senator Francisco, welcome, and Representative Ayerkamp will be here with us also. Senator Peterson is joining us online today, and I want to thank everyone for being here. I'm looking forward to a productive day of information. First on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Senator, would you like to abstain or?
I would like to abstain.
Thank you. Senator Francisco would like to abstain from the approval of the minutes, and I will ask the same of Representative Ayerkamp. Would you like to abstain from the approval of the minutes? Thank you. So he will also abstain. Is there a motion on the minutes? Senator Bowser moves to approve the minutes. Is there a second? Representative Long seconds the motion. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. So committee, first on the agenda is Eddie, so that makes it very nice. We thought that it would be of interest, especially to the tax committee, the new consensus revenue estimates.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. You should have in front of you a three-page memo that is on the letterhead of the Kansas Division of the Budget. It is a memo from the Division of the Budget and the Legislative Research Department to the Governor and the Legislative Coordinating Council. That is the kind of formatting that we always use for consensus revenue estimating memos. This is what we refer to as the short memo. That is the memo that we produce on the actual day where we agree to the revenue estimates. Over the 10 or so days following that, we do produce what we refer to as the long memo, and which is more than 3 pages. It usually runs about 10 or 11 pages, and that includes more detail on the tax sources themselves, as well as the economic forecast that is implicit within these estimates. And so I'm gonna go over these revised revenue estimates. The bottom line number is that for FY 2026, which, as a note before I jump into the numbers, Table 1 includes the actual receipts for FY 25 as well as the revised estimate for 26 and the initial estimate for FY 27. Table 2 shows the changes in the estimate for FY 2026. So the bottom line number is that we increased the previous estimate for FY 2026 by $165.9 million, or 1.6%, from $10.06 billion to $10.23 billion. Through October, which is about obviously a third of the fiscal year in terms of the number of months, although a little less than a third of the fiscal year in terms of the state's receipts, we were about $103 million ahead of the previous estimate. So an increase within this order of magnitude shouldn't be surprising to anyone. The initial estimate for FY 2027 is $10.13 billion, which is a decline of about $94 million, or 0.9%. That decline is attributable to policy items and not economic conditions, and I'll get into more detail on what those are as we go through this. The next thing I want to highlight is the total taxes change represented an increase of $149 million, or 1.5% for the current year. And in terms of year-over-year numbers, the current year is about $100 million ahead of last year's actuals, and next year is about $135 million ahead of the current year estimate. Those are about 1.0% growth and 1.3% growth. This is probably a good time to just mention quickly what the difference between the bottom line number and the total tax numbers are. As you can see, the bottom line number is $10.27 billion and the total tax number is $10.1 billion. So most of the state general fund total receipts are, of course, the tax receipts to the state general fund. However, there are a few items in there that are not taxes, in fact. Those 3 items are the interest that the state general fund earns on its balance, as well as some other funds that statutorily are not allowed to retain their own interest. And then agency earnings that agencies earn that are not taxes. These are things like fines and forfeitures, docket fees within the judicial branch, and the single largest category of this is actually unclaimed property receipts. And then the final item there is net transfers. Those are places where you as policymakers have decided that the actual expenditure is more appropriate to come from a special revenue fund. However, the funding source for that is kind of at the front end, the state general fund. And so it's a revenue event on the general fund side and an expenditure event on those special revenue funds. It is something that, this is actually something that we were discussing shortly after the press conference of the revenue estimates, is whether the right line to look at is the bottom line total receipts number or the total taxes number. Because a lot of times those three non-tax sources can vary wildly based upon policy decisions that you all make. For instance, there have been years where it appears that the total receipts were either flat or maybe even in decline, but the reality is that that was because of the fact that you made a policy decision to make a substantial transfer out of the general fund. I'm thinking specifically of years in which the legislature made extraordinary transfers to either the Capers Trust Fund or to the Budget Stabilization Fund. And so accordingly, the year-over-year change in that bottom line number can be a little bit misleading as it relates to the actual revenue picture of the state, because oftentimes those are kind of one-off policy decisions, and we'll talk about some of those here in just a minute. But as I mentioned, the main change driving a reduction in certain instances was policy items and not economic conditions. And so I'm going to highlight 4 of those policy provisions that we have now fully incorporated into these estimates. The first of those is the state's conformity or lack thereof to the federal tax legislation, H.R. 1 or the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that was passed over the summer. About $60 million of reduction in receipts in FY 2026 and about $140 million in reduction in receipts in FY 2027 were attributable to the enactment of that legislation. That is because of certain policy changes at the federal level that will automatically flow through to Kansas taxpayers by way of conformity. The most impactful of those were some expensing and bonus depreciation provisions that under prior federal law had been phasing downwards were fully reinstated to the 100% level. A new creation of a special research and development expensing category was enacted, and that will automatically flow through. And then the child and dependent care tax credit was increased at the federal level, and that will flow through to Kansas by way of conformity, where we have a % of that credit that it is the state credit. There are a number of other very small items, but those are the main ones that had an impact on that. The next policy provision that is driving some of that receipt change is of course, the Apex Investment Tax Credit. Fiscal year 2025 was the first year of that investment tax credit kind of hitting the state's books. It would go up with the second tranche of that tax credit in the current year. Of course, we had previously incorporated that when we made the initial FY 2026 estimate last fall, but then the third kind of tranche of that will go into effect in fiscal year 2027. It will stabilize and level off at that fiscal year 2027 amount in fiscal years 28 and 29, and then beginning in fiscal year 2030, that will begin to taper down when the first tranche of it rolls off, and then the following year, the second tranche will roll off, and then the third year, the final tranche will roll off. And as of fiscal year 2022, the state's kind of Apex investment tax credit obligation will be fully resolved. The third item that is incorporated here is the state property tax elimination that you all enacted last year, eliminating the state's 1.5 mils to the 2 state building funds. You might recall that while the revenue from that tax did not go to the general fund, in order to keep those building funds approximately whole, you replaced that tax revenue with a transfer from the state general fund to those 2 building funds. And so if you look on table 1 at the net transfers line, you can see that the amount being transferred out of the general fund is $298.4 million in FY 2026, but then it climbs all the way to $440.9 million in FY 2027. Of that $142.5 million of increased transfers out of the general fund, the transfers to replace those property tax levies make up $81 million of that in FY 2027. Those are transfers that don't exist in FY 2026 because during the current fiscal year, those funds will still receive the last year's worth of property tax. And then the final policy provision that is kind of driving this receipt impact is kind of the reinstatement of other net transfers out of the state general fund. In fiscal year 2026, the transfer to the Build Kansas Fund, which is an infrastructure matching fund, and the transfers to the Campus Restoration Act Fund, which is a higher ed deferred maintenance fund, those were either suspended or financed with non-SGF sources. But beginning in FY 2027, current law provides for those transfers to go back to their normal levels and to be financed entirely out of the state general fund. And so those four kind of key policy items are really, when I mentioned the decline in year-over-year terms from FY 26 to 27, are really the driving forces in that decline that are offsetting the economic conditions, the economic growth that we're anticipating over that time. And so with that, I would jump into specific tax sources. And first, the individual income tax. We added $275 million to the current year estimate for this tax. We are now anticipating year-over-year growth of 5.8% for the current year and 3.2% for fiscal year 2027. To be frank, the growth in the current year is a little bit hard to explain. We are estimating nominal GDP growth of about 4.8%, and oftentimes income tax receipts kind of track with nominal GDP growth, as you might imagine. However, through the first 4 months of the year, withholding taxes are growing in excess of 11% relative to last year. And also through the first half of the month of November, they're holding up well and are likely to grow strongly unless something dramatic happens the back half of this month. It's kind of a difficult circle to square because there's not really an economic reason that we're aware of that those taxes should be growing at that great of a rate. And so the reality as it relates to this individual income tax estimate is that we kind of imagined that those are going to sort of taper back down towards what we expect the GDP growth level to be for the fiscal year. But this is something that has a relatively high margin of error. If that withholding growth holds up and we don't proceed to lose that revenue in the spring during filing season in the form of either refunds to taxpayers or balance due payments being smaller than we would otherwise anticipate, then this estimate is probably too low and we will beat this estimate. However, if it comes all the way back very quickly and then we give that money back that we've kind of made up these first 4.5 months of the year in the form of increased refunds and reduced balance due payments next spring, then this estimate is probably too high and we will fall short of that estimate. And so that's the sort of uncertainty that we're wrestling with individual income tax. I do think it is probably the single tax that is the most uncertain in the current year. In the out year, though, we kind of, as you can see with that 3.2% growth rate, we kind of reverted back to just steady state, so to speak. For corporation income taxes, we reduced the current year estimate by about $180 million, and this now reflects year-over-year decline of $169 million in the current year and $105 million in fiscal year 2027. This decline is largely attributable to what I mentioned with the policy provisions. Some of those federal tax provisions and also the Apex investment tax credit are kind of driving this. Within this tax source, a few years ago, you all enacted the SALT Parity Act, which allowed for pass-through entities to kind of make an election, whether they paid their tax on the corporation side or on the individual side. As you might imagine, plenty of those entities did make the election to pay that tax on the corporation side because it worked out better for the entity owners at the federal level. And so those pass-through entity receipts are remaining stable at this point. However, C Corp, the kind of traditional corporation income tax, those have shown a lot of weakness in recent months. One of our operating theories there is that it might be partially that those businesses are kind of currently absorbing the cost of tariffs and not passing that on to their consumers. What that would do is reduce their kind of corporate profit levels and accordingly reduce the amount of corporation income tax receipts they are paying. If that flips and those businesses eventually do start to pass on those costs, obviously the corporation income tax receipts might go up accordingly because the corporation income levels relative to their expenses would be higher, but that would also drive inflation farther down the line. Alternately, if they do continue to bear more of the cost of those tariffs, then that would continue to keep kind of traditional C Corp receipts at a reduced level relative to prior years. The next two tax sources that I do want to highlight very briefly, and I don't normally talk about these very much, is the financial institutions privilege tax although I am seeing some questions and might be good to pause here rather than circling back, so.
Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate it. Senator Ayer, or Representative Ayer, sorry.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair. Heidi, so you mentioned the corporate income tax. You said that there's a possibility of it being tariffs, but when you also said something has to do with the apex. When you take a look at the reduction from year after year for the corporate income taxes, what percentage of that reduction comes from a possibility of tariffs eating into profits versus the known percentage drop of corporate income tax due to the apex bill?
So we don't explicitly estimate which decline is attributable to exactly which provision. We agree to a number. It takes the group long enough to get to a consensus number that if we tried to get to a consensus agreement on every contributing factor to that, we would still be in the meeting. However, what I can tell you is that on the investment tax credit, that is an event that occurs at a known time when that specific taxpayer files their return. And so when we see kind of month over month weakness in it, we know that that can't be being driven by a specific refund being paid to a single taxpayer, because that's kind of a one-time of the year event. And that's why we think it might be being driven by some of the economic impacts of the tariff policy as opposed to specifically the apex investment tax credit.
Follow-up? Okay, thank you. Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned HR 1 had a $140 million impact, and you said the biggest part of that was accelerated business expense.
It was kind of a mix of the business expensing and bonus depreciation and the R&D expensing that was created by that.
But a lot of that, I think, that will get a big hit up front, but over time, that's
Yeah, it tapers off in the
Yeah.
out years because that's just, it's deductions that those taxpayers would be legally entitled to even without that, but it shifts them all forward.
So, okay, so that's just kind of, that hits us hard up front, but then kind of.
But then it staggers downwards in the out years. And presumably at a certain point in time, it's a net positive for receipts relative to what those years would have been. But the years where it is a net positive to receipt are outside of our forecast period.
Okay. And then the apex investment tax credit, you said you don't have the amount for that?
Since that taxpayer confidentiality rules prohibit the Department of Revenue from disclosing the exact amount associated with that credit, I can tell you that the estimate that we've incorporated for the second and third tranche is an addition of kind of $50 million negative for each of those years. But that's an estimate by the group of what we think will happen, not the specific amount known by the taxpayer.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Eddie. We could put in legislation to make sure to expose that if they take those types of credits. Maybe that's something we could discuss in the future, because I think everybody would like to know where that number is, how it landed, how it's working. Any other questions, committee? Okay, Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Eddie. So just, I guess my question going back to the whether, expanding a little bit on what Representative Avercamp asked, is did we notice this hit? Because Apex has been around longer than tariff policy. And so if we go back over time, are we noticing that? I mean, like all of you, I want to make sure that we're drilling down and looking and seeing exactly what's going on here. But since one has been here longer than the other, could we then ascertain?
So while the Apex bill was enacted well before the current tariff policy and the Apex agreement was entered into well before,
The financial policy
the
came at the
actual
exact same
investment
time.
tax credit kind of beginning to hit the books was approximately simultaneously
Well,
with
dang.
it. But as I mentioned, it's a one-time a year phenomenon, whereas the corporation income tax receipt kind of weakness is every month.
Representative Avercamp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, thanks, Eddie. I wasn't necessarily, with regards to the apex, I wasn't specifically going out to the tax credit, the refundable tax credit that we're giving to the businesses, but it's more about the reduction in the corporate income tax percentage. I think it says upon successful location of an apex project, the corporate income tax in Kansas will be reduced by 0.5%. So are there two apex projects currently located, or is it just one? And then how much of the reduction of corporate income taxes comes from that trigger?
So there's only one, and the associated tax rate reduction with that took place in tax year 2024. And so tax year 2025 relative to 24, and so fiscal 26 relative to fiscal 25, that should be steady state as it relates to that tax policy.
So I have a couple of questions, Eddie. One is on the withholding. So could it be possibly that since we adjusted the personal exemption and other things with the withholding, that those adjustments were not made? And we're kind of seeing a follow through until people start changing the actual withholding amount?
We have evaluate that as carefully as we can with the information we're able to get. However, the reality is, in terms of when employers implemented the new withholding tables that were promulgated by the Department of Revenue following the June enactment of the special session tax bill that restructured and reduced the income tax liability, it's unknown exactly when employers implemented that. We think very few employers implemented it instantaneously when those tables were promulgated last summer. However, we think that most employers implement them on the beginning of a calendar quarter because that's when the payroll processing firms tend to roll out their software updates. And so our expectation is that most of that would have been implemented as of October 1, 2024. And so that might be the case, but the reality is that we didn't see kind of the reverse of this when those would have been implemented. And so that's kind of why it's a little bit hard to directly attribute it to that, at least.
Okay, and some of it could be optional for the employee. They use it as a savings account.
Yeah, so the employers have to use, once they get them implemented, have to use the current withholding tables, but exactly how the employee fills out their K-4 form in terms of what their specific withholding is of course up to the individual employee. Yeah.
Okay, and if I may, one more question. The SALT parity that we enacted, I was really glad when we did that. It was a minor change, and the committee may not be aware. And if you could get us an updated number, I know at one point we were looking at approximately $40 million in savings for Kansans on their federal tax pay, and it did not impact the state revenues as a result of this. This was a really good change for Kansas.
Yeah, I can get you some kind of hypothetical or speculative numbers, but it's impossible for us to say that it saved exactly X millions of dollars at the state level. But, yeah.
But if you could give us an update on that, that would be great. Any other questions, committee? Thank you.
The couple of remaining tax sources that I was going to touch on are, as I mentioned, privilege tax and insurance premiums tax. Those are ones that I don't frequently spend a lot of time on. While they're more revenue than some of our smallest taxes, they're certainly not as much revenue as our sales and use and our individual and corporation income taxes. However, you can see that we have financial institutions privilege tax kind of declining 12.2% in the current year, and then not growing particularly rapidly next year. And you can see that we have maybe slower than you might expect a growth in terms of insurance premiums taxes of 2.7% and 1.8% in times when I think most consumers are seeing insurance premiums rise at a rate greater than 2.7% and 1.8%. Those are two tax sources that the taxpayers of those sources have been pretty forthcoming that they have been some of the more aggressive users in some of the tax credits that you've either enacted or expanded in recent years, specifically some of the housing type tax credits and some of the historic structure preservation types tax credits. And so I wanted to flag those, and we flagged those in our discussion because this is sort of a circumstance where the tax policy changes and the tax credit utilization by those taxpayers is kind of outweighing the impact of the underlying economic conditions as it relates to those two sectors. And while the dollar amounts are not really significant in terms of the big picture for the state general fund, it is something that maybe would invite questions of I don't know how many of you only saw 2.7% increases in your insurance premiums this year, but that's all the increase that we are forecasting in terms of the insurance premiums gross receipts taxes. So I just wanted to highlight that for those reasons. And then, of course, sales and use taxes are a large chunk of the state general fund receipts and accordingly probably worth mentioning. However, as it relates to those taxes, now that the state has completed the phase out of the food and food ingredient tax reduction. Those taxes are really kind of entering what we think of as a much more steady state as it relates to what they've been through over the last 4 years or so. And so they're kind of returning to what we imagine to be more normal growth rates. The current year, you can see that we anticipate growth on the sales side actually of negative 1.6%. And then the out year, we have growth of 2.0%. The negative growth in the current year is because at this point last year, taxpayers were still paying that last bit of sales tax on food. And so for the first 6 months of the year, there is a year-over-year difference there. And that's why it's negative in the current year, but then positive in the out year. And that's also why the negative in the current year is smaller than the negative last year, where it was negative 3.6% on a year-over-year basis. And so at this point, we anticipate that kind of over the long run, that retail sales are going to revert to their long-run trend of growing a little bit slower than the economy as a whole, and that compensating use are probably going to revert to their long-run trend of growing a little bit faster than the economy as a whole. And the sum of those, since retail sales is larger than compensating use, the sum of those we anticipate growing a little bit slower than the economy as a whole. And I don't have any really anything else to say about any tax source specifically. I would be happy to field questions on those, but I did want to let the committee know that last year, as a reminder, you enacted Senate Bill 269, which provides for potential rate reductions in future years based upon a formula that links the total of individual corporate and financial institutions tax to an inflation-adjusted baseline. That the baseline is the FY 2024 amount. The group did review that provisions and does not currently forecast any rate reductions within the forecast period as it relates to that bill. Some of the flow-through of that federal law is reducing those receipts, and really we anticipate taking those rate reductions out of the picture as it relates to these 2 years. But of course, we will do that check kind of every time that we revise the estimates prospectively. And that's all I had.
Okay.
So I'm happy to stand for any wrap-up questions.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As a review for some of us and information for the rest, insurance premium taxes are based off of insurance premiums on all policies, only homeowners? Could you just give us a 2-minute overview?
It is pretty broad-based. However, I believe that there are certain health policies, HMO-type policies, that pay a different tax in lieu of this tax. But otherwise, I believe that is a broad-based tax. The rate does vary from type of tax to type of tax, however.
Varies from what percent do you?
Some of them are a little bit under 2%, and I think the highest one might be as high as 5 or 6%, but I'd like to get back to you on exactly what those are.
And then the final question, I know that some homeowners insurance premium goes directly for fire marshal and various other things, but does that still go through the state general fund? I'm sorry, I'm getting away from my mic.
No, that amount goes directly to that fund, and so we do not capture any growth of that within these estimates, but the growth rates would likely be similar.
So this dollar amount does not include that?
Right, right. And it also does not include that HMO tax. Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman.
So Eddie, this isn't part of your presentation, but I don't know if committee members saw that you updated the Kansas tax facts. And would you mind getting copies or emailing them specifically for the committee? One of the things that drew my attention in that was that in property taxes in the last 3 years, it's no wonder we're hearing from our constituents, that increase was over $1 billion from 2022 to 2025. And we're looking at a 19% increce. So.
Yeah, I will. I'll email the link to the digital version of that out to the
Okay, I know that doesn't impact the state revenue, but or state taxes collected, but I think it would be good for the committee members to have a good idea of what's going on. Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Thank you, Eddie. Committee, next up is Bob Kent. It's follow-up information from the previous meeting, or previous 2 meetings. Yeah. Welcome, Bob.
Good morning. Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Bob Kent. I'm with the Division of Property Valuation for the Department of Revenue. And I do have a few things to kind of follow up on some testimony that was presented to this committee earlier this year, and it had to do with the county and some land valuations, some overall valuations on residential property, some some trending information, and some sales comparable information. So I'll first start off by saying the county is required to analyze and update valuation models annually. And that goes for all their valuation models, whether it be land, residential property, commercial properties, the different approaches to value, the income approach, whatever. With the exception of the residential sales comparison module that's embedded in the camera system, most of this stuff's done outside the system, or it's all done outside the system. Could be using a simple spreadsheet or some type of regression package. And land valuation, when we talk about land valuation, it's really one of the hardest things that the county appraiser has to do because there's simply not a lot of sales out there. When we look at the sales in this county, you'll see there's a lot of sales, and there's, you know, what I'm going to present to you here is just one neighborhood or one model area.
Bob, if I may, you're talking land, residential land, not ag land.
Right.
I just wanted to make clear to the
Yeah.
committee.
Well, vacant land. Yeah. Before the land analysis, well, first of all, this analysis that gets done is done on templates provided by the Division of Property Valuation. Before a land analysis can begin, the county first has to identify their neighborhoods. So you have a county, you know, in these rural areas, sometimes they'll, in these small counties, they'll have just a couple neighborhoods out there, one in the north half of the county and one in the south half of the county. In more populous counties, they're going to be broken up a little bit differently. In this county, they have a lake there. They might have more than one, but I know they have at least one lake there where, you know, neighborhoods have been broken up depending on where they're located up there on the north side of the county. And these neighborhoods are broken up based on, you know, different criteria such as age, condition, desirability, maybe market demand or market appeal. Land use, zoning certainly plays a role. The quality of structures, et cetera. Each year when they do this analysis, they're going to introduce new sales into the models, and they're going to probably drop sales off. So let's say a county uses 4 years of sales. They get rid of, this year they'll bring in 2025, and they'll get rid of the oldest year that they were using. So there was mention to something about the algorithm or the formula changing. The algorithm in the regression model that is embedded in the Orion system has not changed. It's been the same ever since the state of Kansas has had a CAMA system. So nothing's changed there. What did change likely was the base value. Yeah, if you change the base value, obviously you're going to see an increase in value. But I've given you the actual calculation there for what it's worth, but that's the calculation. That's what has not changed. The county indicates the rural area is limited by zoning restrictions that took place 10 to 12 years ago, maybe. I've talked to the county appraiser. She didn't know exactly how long ago it was. But what happened is they restricted the size of parcels that can be built upon, so or perhaps sold, unless they got grandfathered in. So if I have a section of ground, 160 acres, not a section, a quarter section of ground, 160 acres, and I want to sell some of it off, it has to be done. They can't sell off less than 20 acres. Okay, so there's a lot of activity that took place once this was introduced, and the county said they were going to do it. So a lot of people started selling tracts off before this 20-acre minimum went into effect. So there was a lot of sales activity before this went in, and you'll see a lot of parcels that were grandfathered in, so a lot of 2- and 3-acre tracts out in the rural area. And I think those tracts of land in the rural area are very desirable. They're in high demand, and the county appraiser reiterated that to me. She also states that many of the acreages in the north part of the county are considered hobby farms. So, you know, a lot of these people are buying buying a 20-acre tract and have a little area out there to play with. You know, ride ATVs and do whatever kind of maybe agricultural activities even that they want to do. So I think. And she also stated that there's even a higher demand for the smaller tracts, the 2- and 3-acre tracts, for, you know, somebody that doesn't want the maintenance of that 20 acres. So let's talk about trending a little bit. You know, the appraisers value the real property as of January 1, as stated in 79-1455, unless otherwise specified by law, which, you know, we don't use, we use agricultural use for the ag land values. The counties will do a market value, but they do not, we do not use it for, let's say, taxation purposes. That we use the agricultural use value. Again, our valuation date is January 1. If we're using older sales, it's not unusual to trend those sales forward. If a county is using more than 2 years of data, we require the county to perform a trend analysis. And they don't have to apply a trend, but we require them to perform it to see if there is a trend. And many times, if there is, we're trending forward those sales to the January 1 appraisal date. So if you have a sale that's 4 years old and you have a trend, it's going to get trended forward to January 1. There was some talk about, you know, the question about the statement and the documentation talked about the county trending forward instead of going in arrears. Well, we have to value as the valuation date. It wouldn't make sense to move back in time. We have to bring those older sales forward to our valuation date. In Miami County, this is Miami County, they had the luxury of having a lot of paired sales. And I don't know, I think that might have been the result of some of this activity that took place with the zoning, having the smaller acreages and things like that. But they were able to use what we refer to as resales. A sale sold at one point in time and then sold again after that at a different point in time. And we're able to measure the difference in the sale price. And we look at that on a month-to-month basis. So we end up isolating the price change per month. And that's what gets compounded, and that gets trended up to January 1. In Miami County, I was told that in 2025, the land trend was 11.24%, and the residential trend was 6%. And I looked at some of their stuff. They looked at trends in various ways. North part of the county, south part of the county, the cities, Paola and the different cities within the county. But on page 2, you can see a graph there. This is just a copy of, this is what the appraiser might see in one of the templates. I've redacted the parcel numbers, the parcel identifiers, but You can see the sales that are being used, they go back to 2020. And we calculate the number of months. There's a sale price there. That's what the parcel actually sold for. If the price is trended forward to January 1, we trend it by the number of months and that time trend. And so, for example, on the first occurrence, the parcel sold for $111,000, and it's the time-adjusted sale price going back from 21 and moving it forward to January 1 of, say, 26 this year, would be $187,000. I'm not really sure the base year. I think I put in there 2026. So that time-adjusted sale price is the sale price that the county is going to use to value these properties. Okay. So you can see the price per acre in the very last column ranges from about $70,000 up to in excess of close to $95,000. And you can kind of see on page 3, I went ahead and provided a graph. This is just the sales that we just saw in the chart or in the spreadsheet. These are the sales that are plotted. So if I'm looking at this plot, and traditionally what will happen is we plot the sales and we'll draw a regression line. And if I look at a 3-acre tract of land here, and I draw the line of best fit on this graph, which I did not do because I don't want to be judgmental, and I don't know what the county is going to do with this data. But a 3-acre tract of land is the sales, the trended sales indicate it's worth about $260,000. Okay. Sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money, but that's what the data suggests. So, and this is just one neighborhood or one model area. Might be, I think it's a couple different neighborhoods, but they get thrown into the same model, which is not uncommon. Okay, and then, so for the comparable sales selection, one of the things that was talked about was the comparability of sales. And how what's referred to as distance points is it's a large number, so that the comparables aren't really as comparable as they would like them to be. Well, when we move out to the rural areas, it's less dense, and therefore there's fewer properties and fewer sales out there. So the comparable sales selection becomes a little bit more difficult in the rural area than it is the urban area, where it's more populous. Typically, appraisers are looking for 5 comparables on a property. They consider, when they select these comparables, they're considering several key characteristics, such as the neighborhood group, location or proximity to one another is a big thing. We like to stay within a close proximity if we can. But age, physical condition, total living area, architectural style group, those are other things that can be considered in the sales selection. But the comparability measure it's measured by distance points, and we apply weights to these variables that we're looking at, or this criteria. And typically, the lower the distance points on a sale, the lower the distance points, the more comparable the sales are to the subject property. Okay, and I think there's this number out there that floats around, and it's 100. We get to 100 comparability points, and there's this thought that if anything over 100 is not a good comparable, and I don't believe that to be true. I can go into the model. I think I could go into the model. I could cut all those weights in half and run the program, and we would come up with the same numbers. But maybe my distance points are only 50 at that point because I just cut them in half. So the comparability is relative to the model. If a county's got 3 or 4 models, we need to stay within that model when we're saying that anything over 100 is not a good comp. So it has to be model specific in my mind. So from county to county and from model to model within the county, I could probably say within the county, the way the county appraiser, because they're all different, they all do different things. If they have more than one model within the county, the same appraiser's doing it, they're likely going to have the same or similar criteria, and the distance points are going to be able to be measured the same. So from model to model. When you move from county to county, it's not that way. So the comparability, the comparables that were being selected, I think was an issue. When a market estimate from the sales comparison approach is generated, there's several numbers that go into that. It's a true MRA estimate for the subject property. It's a weighted estimate for the subject property, and then the 5 comparable adjusted sale prices for the 5 different comparables. There's 7 values. When we correlate a final market estimate, we throw the top 2 and the bottom 2 out. So some of these numbers could be, even though somebody might not like the comparable, they might not even be considered in the final estimate of value. So that cushions the blow a little bit there if you're concerned about the distance points that take place on a sale. And I would like to add that in speaking with the county appraiser, I spoke to her 3 times in the last couple weeks. She is more than happy to answer any questions that might come of this committee or of the taxpayer that presented testimony. All she has to do, or anyone has to do, is let her know, and she will go over any analysis with them or whatever they want to see.
Thank you, Bob. Committee Representative Sawyer-Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bob, thank you again for being here. One of the things that you brought up in your testimony kind of piqued my interest, and that was the mention of hobby farms. Now, I know that we have 3 categories of land here in Kansas. We have residential, we have commercial, and we have ag. Are hobby farms zoned or determined or taxed at a rate in which a residence would be taxed, or are they taxed as ag?
Well, that's a tough question to answer. It depends on how the land is being used. It could be a 20-acre tract. It could be being farmed. I'm assuming they could have cattle on it. So if it meets that definition of agricultural use, then it would be used as agricultural. If not, it's probably at market value.
All right. And so is there any way, there's really no way for us to track what is, because I see ag in a number of different ways. I see it as a tremendously important, despite what I say about Johnson County, I do see ag as an incredibly important part of Kansas's economy. But there is a difference between ag that actually grows food and farms cattle and other animals, feeds the nation, and ag that exists for fun. By that logic, the hobby farm is no different than me growing my hydrangeas on my residential property. It's fun, but I think that there's a difference between working ag and fun ag. And is there any way that we, the legislators, can tell what the difference is and what the percentage of our ag is ag that deserves the break and ag that is just someone's hobby?
Well, I think we have to rely on the county appraiser to make that decision. There's nothing that says they can't have 15 acres of that 20 acres out in a wheat patch, or housing 20 cattle or whatever it might be. So if that's the case on any particular parcel, I think that would qualify for agricultural use.
So, and just to be clear, in order to qualify for agriculture, ag value, it has to be for profit for agriculture. It cannot be a hobby farm. is what my understanding.
We're totally
Maybe
sure on
We'll
that?
have Amelia or somebody double check that. But I do know that, a prime example, we had over 80 acres and we weren't using it. We weren't doing anything with it. And they said that because we weren't doing anything with it, it was recreational. So our taxes went up. Well, that wasn't true. We just knew that there was too much canopy cover on it and it wasn't fenced off, so we put a fence in so we could get our taxes down lower. But we shouldn't be driving how people are using their lands either, but we do. I've always said it, taxes engineer behavior. But did you have a follow-up question, Representative?
No, I just am curious to just learn a little bit more about this myself, because again, I look at unequal things. I want to make sure that when we are providing tax breaks or different types of taxation, we're just doing it for the right reasons, specifically ones that drive the economy. So
Yes.
that's where I want my research to lie.
And I would bring up that during session, I know we will be looking at this. It's been brought up that many of these agriculture acres are being purchased by people that do not intend to use them for ag use. They're recreational purposes. So we'll be taking a deeper dive into that during session. I'm sure the House will too. So
Your question on the ag stuff, I think that was one of the county's objectives in, putting a minimum size on that acreage is to preserve the ag community, in a sense, according to the county appraiser.
Communities are valuable, but to spend money to preserve one type of lifestyle over another is not a responsible use of taxes. And I'm not like getting into an argument. I'm just making that point because what? Yeah, thank you.
any other questions, committee? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may be a little off topic here, but, when I look at these mass approaches or, so when someone appeals the valuation of their property and they win, how does that get considered so that it doesn't just go right back the next year and put you right back in the bucket and all of a sudden, you follow me? So maybe this is more of a residential because my district's more residential, but so folks win and they move the value down to something that they agree to and is more fair. But then the next year, it seems like that's all forgotten and we just go back into the queue and the algorithm spit out a valuation that's right back where they started last time. Thank you.
I don't know if I can answer that well. But yeah, I think they're looking at this data on an annual basis, but when orders get sent down or appeal, they go through the appeals process, they should be, I would think they would be looking at that stuff especially if there's not a huge trend. They should be looking at those appeals, and some of those appeals are appeals that will probably be made at the local level, at the informal level, or paying on a protest or whatever. So I think, and I think probably, I'm not saying it happens all the time because I know it doesn't, but I think most times they're cognizant of prior appeals, and they take those prior appeals into account, but doesn't happen all the time.
Well,
Sure.
thank you for that, but that's what I wonder. So you're not answering that there's a formal process whereby when something gets a ruling at BODA, that specific parcel or residence, that someone moves to say, okay, re-queue this so that this is now the new norm rather than just putting it in and starting right back over again.
I do think there is statute that requires them to hold the value. I think, I can't recall if it's restricted to commercial property or not, but I do think there's a statute. I have to, I'll see if I can verify that, and I can get back to you, if that's okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in that case where someone has contested the information, is it likely that they would record the changes in condition or age or other things, and then that would continue as part of that process?
Yeah, sometimes the orders, if it's a board of tax appeals order or whatever it may, small claims, they'll cite certain things that should be changed. It might be the condition or the quality of a building or whatever it might be. And yeah, I think if it's coming out of a board order, I think that's binding, and they should be doing that.
Committee, any other questions? Got a couple, Bob. You did bring up the weightings, and I'm not sure, I know we started to talk about that one day. We didn't get into depth on it. I have some concerns over it. Those weightings can be different from county to county, and landowners or property owners don't really know what their county is weighting in their property valuation.
Yeah, and when we talk about the weights, we're talking about, this is specific to the comparable sales approach in the regression model that's embedded in the system. So it's, right now, I mean, we'd like to, we've explored in past years trying to expand into the commercial properties, but right now, it's really restricted to residential properties, dwellings, and so outside of that, there's no weighting or whatever taking place outside of that.
Okay, and one of the items that I find quite interesting is these are Miami County lots, and they're actually being valued at a higher amount than Johnson County lots.
Mm-hmm. And that was brought up in testimony too. I haven't looked at anything from Johnson County, so I kind of kind of focused on Miami County and the 6 bullets, and I don't even, some of them overlap, but, so I didn't look at Miami County, or excuse me, Johnson County data, and again, the counties are different. These sales that you're seeing in this document are on a lake or in very close proximity to a lake. I think that has something to do with the value of them. I think she had other areas in her testimony that were very similar. Certainly think it has to do with that northern border. I think it has to do with, according to the appraiser, that Johnson County sprawl, coming down in and just people, I'm not saying they want to get out of Johnson County, but they want to, distance themselves, I think, from the urban lifestyle. And so I do know there's very high demand down in Miami County. It does sound like a lot of money. If you look at the chart, it kind of tells you what's going on. It gives you a good picture of what's going on. So, and that's just one model,
Yeah,
so.
I think we'll be delving into this more during session, but I do want to ask you, you said something about time being a multiple of or a variable in the equation. And I'm just, if it's time adjusted, how accurate is that when we're looking at market values and
Well,
fair
if
market
we're looking
value?
at, a lot of times we'll use, if we can, we would love to see, appraisers would love to see resales of property. A property that sold 3 years ago for this amount of money and one that sold today for this amount of money. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be more, but just to be able to analyze those two sales and see where, what the change was. Could be negative. More than likely, it's going to be positive, and it's going to be, in recent years, it's going to be, probably staunch. Things are, I do think, according to the county appraiser, things are starting to stabilize a little bit in that county anyway, and I think that could be said for a lot of counties across the state. But so they had the luxury of having a lot of vacant lot sales. The sales that I don't show a time trend here, but they had that luxury. A lot of counties don't, but it's a pretty easy process. It sold in one point in time and it sold again, and that's what we're measuring is just the difference per month in that time frame, and we're moving it up to January 1.
Yeah, but it's interesting when all the lots go by the same percentage. I mean, that's a whole nother issue, but any other questions, committee? Thank you, Bob, for your presentation. And you guys, I just want to reiterate, you've heard me say it before, Bob is excellent. And he spent so much time with us this summer. There's several of us that he spent days going through the CAMA system and explaining this process to us, and it was much appreciated. you can always reach out to him, his team. They're very receptive and very helpful. So thank you, Bob.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank
I don't think you realized you were walking into such a firestorm, did you? Yeah. Thank you. Oh, did you want to keep
think I've
going?
got-
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead. I'm
I was
sorry.
gonna, yeah. So I'll just continue on, if that's okay. I think next on the agenda was the, oh, here we go. Sorry. An overview of the interest rate memo that we publish annually. Do we have a copy of? Okay. I have a copy. Okay, all right. So the interest rate counties pay and collect are tied to an annually updated interest rate prescribed in 2968. 2968 definitely provides the foundation for the rates that are used for different scenarios of the I guess penalties that are applied. So in 2968, the rate from the paragraph 2, subsection A of section 6621 of the federal IRS code is referenced, and we go out and pull that every year. That rate this past year was 7%. 2968 says you shall use that rate and add 1% to it, so it ends up being 8%. Okay, so that's kind of your base, is 8%. If you look down to the middle of the page, when this memo was kind of drafted on a county point of view. So if you see something where it says they collect taxes, that means the county's collecting the tax. If you see where it says it pays, then this is where the county is paying the tax. On page 1, the first 5 bullets are different scenarios that are laid out. So, for example, the taxpayer's late payment of real property taxes, it's governed by 79204, 2004. If you go to 2004, it's going to reference probably a rate of 5%, not probably, it is, a rate of 5%, but it's also that needs to be tacked on to that base rate. So if we take that base rate of 8%, and 2004 tells us we need to add 5% to that, it brings it up to 13%. So that's where we get the 13% for 2026 calendar year on item number 1. And they do that, it references different statutes throughout the throughout this memo. Number 2 is the same, only it's for personal property, and that's covered in 2004A. And there is no 5% adjustment to that. It's just the base rate, so it'd be 8%. And then we get into amounts that are real property and personal property that are $10,000 amounts and greater. The real property is covered by 2004, and it talks about, in 2004, I think it talks about the 8% rate or a 10% rate, whichever is larger. So in this particular instance, we're using 10%, and then we're adding the 5% to it, and it makes it 15%. Item number 4 is governed by 2004A, and again, it's either, I think it's 8% or 10%, whichever is greater, so that ends up being 10%. And then that last number there is the taxpayer's unpaid portion of advance payments. It's governed by 19-1207, and that rate is the base rate of 8%. And then if we move on down and we get into the areas where the county's paying reimbursement to the taxpayer, we have number 6 is the payment under protest and equalization appeals. It's governed by 79, 2005. And you'll notice when we go down through these are a little bit lower, some of them significantly lower than the ones where the county collects. But this is the base rate, and then it subtracts 2% from it, so it ends up being 6%. So, and same way with the number 7, the tax grievance, 8% minus 2% would leave us with 6. And then the clerical errors, or number 8, is governed by 1701A, and that ends up being the base rate plus 2%. So for a total of 10%. There are some BOTA orders in here that we've cited over the years, I think. The very bottom of the page. Well, first of all, the general rule is that the county is not liable for interest on refunds unless some statute expressly so provides for it. And then there's the 3 rulings. At the bottom of page 1 says the board ruled that when refunds are issued on or after July 1, 1997 as a result of a clerical error, interest should be paid to the taxpayer beginning from the date the applicant paid the taxes. Stands to reason, I guess. On the top of page 2, another board order held that interest is not paid on refunds ordered as the result of taxpayers' request to reduce or abate personal property penalties on a property on the basis of excusable neglect. And in the back of this document, we have a frequently asked question section, and that's covered, that's number 3 in our FAQs. And then the last one there for the board, they found if there are any delinquent taxes for the tax year issue, and these are delinquent taxes, then no interest is to be paid on any refund for that year, even though a portion of the tax may have been paid in a timely fashion. So I think it's, those are 3 board orders that I think the PVD wanted to include in here to bring to the taxpayers' attention. They've been in there for some time. The remainder of this document is pretty straightforward. It kind of provides a little bit more detail than what page 1 did. It gives you the statute number here. It gives you a 5-year history of where the interest rates have moved, and then, like I said, that last page is, or last couple pages are the commonly asked questions and answers. So it's kind of what I know about the interest rate memo. This has been in place for some time. Amelia probably had a hand in helping with it. So I'd be more than happy to try to address any questions you might have with any of the commonly asked questions or anything.
Thank you, Bob. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bob, just a further question, kind of a situation, I guess, on that third, on page 2, your third board opinion there, where it's talking about delinquent taxes for the tax year at issue. So if we have a parcel or a property owner that is either protesting or disputing their taxes, let's say the tax year is 2021. That's the year that they're working on, and they don't want to continue paying the taxes, so they didn't pay taxes in 2022. Maybe they did payment under protest in 21. Case didn't get resolved. It went into 2022. The property owner decided not to pay those taxes until they got a decision on that. Went into 2023. Does this disqualify? Is this decision disqualifying them from any interest on that? Because where the year that they're questioning, the year that they've got a case against has been paid, perhaps under protest, but then the subsequent years were delinquent.
You know, I
Amelia
might have to get back with you on that. I know it's in the frequently asked question. It's number 3, but I'm not seeing it for subsequent years, but, so I'm not really sure.
Bob, I think Amelia has a response to that.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, I think the provision that frequently asked question and the information and the case that may be referencing is a provision within the payment under protest statute. And it refers to no interest shall be allowed in any case where the tax paid under protest was inclusive of delinquent taxes. So I think in your scenario, it would apply only to the taxes that were paid under protest and whether those were delinquent. If they have, it would apply to that year that was paid under protest.
Okay, that makes sense. Yep.
And then I guess if you follow through with your with your example, in a case where no taxes were paid, they're delinquent taxes, but there wouldn't be a refund because there's nothing to, I mean, that case isn't under appeal.
Right, exactly. They can't refund something they didn't pay, obviously, but I didn't know if that disqualified the tax year that was under protest, so thank you.
Any other questions? I have a simple one. It may be an Amelia question. Why the discrepancy or the difference in the taxpayer penalty versus the government paying the taxpayer
I think that
interest?
question's been asked quite a few times over the
I think we'll
years.
be taking a look at that next year.
Yeah, I think we've mentioned.
You're not surprised, yeah.
I
The
don't
problem is
know.
we keep running into these short sessions and we have so many issues to take a look at, but hopefully we can make that a priority next year. So Amelia, did you want to address it?
And I just wanted to say, you would have, I mean, an analysis maybe of going back. Obviously, it was a public policy decision of the legislature because these are all statutory provisions. So at some point, the public policy was for these different interest rates based on the situation where it was a late payment under a statute versus a refund. And it was just a public policy decision at that time.
Thank you. Representative Sawyer?
I think, as I recall, I think we raised the amounts for the taxpayers because there was a large number of taxpayers that were like using the county as a bank. Developers stuff weren't paying large amounts of taxes, so we upped that to take away that incentive for them to do that.
That makes sense, but with interest rates as low as they are, I don't think we're seeing that as much.
I think that's why that happened.
Yeah, okay.
As I recall.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any other questions, comments? Representative Turner?
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. So I was just reading through these three voter rulings. So one of them talks about clerical error, another one is excusable neglect. But what if the valuation, they took it to BOTA and they had to pay taxes at the higher assessed value, and BOTA ruled in their favor and returned the money? Would they get interest on those monies? I mean, I don't know if that's a clerical or an appraisal error, but.
Yeah, as long as, I think so, as long as they're not delinquent. Yeah.
Correct. They had to pay at the higher level until they successfully won, and then they would get their monies back with interest, is what you're saying.
Yes, I think so.
Amelia?
Madam Chair and Representative, I believe if you're kind of looking at the memorandum, in that particular situation where someone had a valuation appeal, which was either the spring valuation appeal or a payment under protest, you'd be looking at line number 6 there, the payment under protest and equalization appeals refunds. But that's with the understanding that there weren't any delinquent taxes involved in that. If there were delinquent taxes, then that other provision applies and there would be no interest. They would still receive their refund just without interest.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, I was just trying to, because that first paragraph says the county's not liable for interest unless it's one of these, and I was just clarifying. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Secretary Burkhart with omnibus. I always want to put an I in there, ombudsman. And committee, for those of you, a refresher, what we're looking at doing is creating a similar situation to Bob Cleland. He is a rock star in helping taxpayers navigate income and sales tax, and we need that with property tax too. So thank you, Secretary, for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, Mark Burkhart, Secretary of Revenue. the chairman's already laid the foundation for this testimony, but as you will recall, on September 17th, the chairperson of the Board of Tax Appeals had raised some issues with staffing and caseload at the Board of Tax Appeals, and she recommended this concept of having a taxpayer advocate, property taxpayer advocate, or ombudsman to maybe provide some guidance to taxpayers who were appealing their valuation and they were representing themselves. And there would be a certain level of confusion for a number of taxpayers that would slow down the process. It's interesting, about 27 years ago, the legislative standing committees and tax were dealing with this very same issue. And that's when the small claims procedure was put in place at BOTA. At that point in time, again, same issues, staffing and caseload. At that point in time, there would be corporate income tax assessments worth $10 million, $20 million sitting on the BOTA's calendar, and they couldn't get to them because they had all of these valuation appeals from homeowners. So that's why this particular process is in place, the small claims hearing officer. So I guess if it's the legislative determination that having some type of ombudsman is appropriate, first question that needs to be answered is where is that going to be located? And you have in front of you just a very short memo that lays out a bit of information. One of the first options is just having it in the Board of Tax Appeals, and I think the chairperson at the board was not particularly enthralled with that idea. You could have a separate statutory office created. She also suggested that maybe clinics at the Washburn Law School could be used. Another option, the fourth option, is engaging the Kansas Bar Association or a not-for-profit to provide assistance in this area. And those last two options are attractive for a couple reasons. One, it would get more attorneys involved in property valuation matters. There are not a lot of attorneys that are experts in this area, and developing that crop of attorneys coming up would be a good objective. And then perhaps the last option, the Department of Revenue, because we have a taxpayer advocate for all of the taxpayers administered by the Director of Taxation, perhaps it makes sense to just have the Department of Revenue have another position that would serve as the property tax ombudsman. So, and again, if the legislature wants to move forward with this concept and the Department of Revenue is selected as the location for that position, kind of laid out on the first page of my testimony, just some of the things that you want to consider in any proposed legislation that might be put forth. You know, just beginning with just the name of the act, Property Tax Ombudsman Act. It would be, the position would be located within the Department of Revenue. In fact, it would be in the office immediately adjacent to Mr. Clellan's office, our taxpayer advocate. The ombudsman would be appointed by the Secretary of Revenue after consulting with the chairperson of BOTA and the Director of Property Valuation. So there's no confirmation process beyond that. The Secretary would make that selection, would be in the unclassified service, and have a salary that's approved by the Secretary and approved by the Governor, just like any unclassified employee that works for the Department of Revenue. And here's where we have some recommendations, and that is the scope of the duties. And I guess the way we're looking at this is that this position would sort of be a pilot program, and initially there would be limited authority with this position. Statutory duties of the ombudsman would, again, initially be limited to facilitating taxpayer understanding of property valuation procedures and appeal processes on appeals before the Board of Tax Appeals. I mean, that's the sole purpose of doing this, is to help the Board of Tax Appeals with its caseload and workforce issues. So what would the types of information that would be provided, just filing deadlines, the forms, evidentiary expectations, and available appeal options. We would contemplate the ombudsman basically having their own webpage. In fact, the department already, PVD already has certain information out on its page that talks about the appeal structure, but all of this would be concentrated in this office, and having it in revenue has another benefit in that this office could then take advantage of all of our IT resources, which are significant. So the educational role, the ombudsman would develop educational materials, templates, checklists, and guidance addressing recurring issues, and could actually go out and do outreach and training for community organizations to assist self-represented taxpayers. We would want to make it clear that at least at this initial phase, the ombudsman would not serve as a legal representative of any taxpayer and would not provide legal advice and would not advocate for specific valuation outcomes in individual cases. And I'm sure you can kind of understand, at least initially, if this were to be in the department, why that perhaps would need to occur. We would again make this position totally separate from PVD. It would be, again, very much like Mr. Clellan's position, but again, limited to educating taxpayers and then process navigation. How do you get through the process? What are your options? What types of evidence should you bring forward? That sort of thing, which is, that doesn't constitute giving legal advice, which, again, from revenue's perspective, it would become complicated if the Department of Revenue, through one of its staff, is giving legal advice for taxpayers that would be contrary to what county's values might be. So that would be a concern. And then flipping over to the second page of my testimony, annually a report would be prepared for the chairman or chairpersons of the standing tax committees to kind of give you update on the caseload and any recommendations that might need to be made statutorily or administratively. So overall, this proposal is designed to expedite appeals. It does specifically address the workforce and caseload issues at the Board of Tax Appeals. Again, a major benefit, if this were in the Department of Revenue, is the access to our IT resources. We have close to 100 IT staff that handle all of our programs within the department. This would be a pilot program, and then maybe after a year, once you see the impact that this might have on the flow of cases through the Board of Tax Appeals, you can make further adjustments to the scope of authority. And if at some point in time the decision is made that this position should be more in the mode of actually representing taxpayers, then the consideration be made at that point in time to move it into a separate freestanding office that is not affiliated with the Department of Revenue. So those would be my comments at this point in time. But this, if this were to occur, this would not be a difficult thing for the department to achieve.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And it sounds to me like you could actually implement this without statute, and that might be wiser at this point because as a pilot program especially. And then why couldn't we do a hybrid of revenue person and reach out to one of the law schools to have both of those scenarios going on?
And that could very easily be the case, yes. Okay. There are, well, I mean, you're all familiar with VITA. Folks get their tax returns done, but the clinics are a valuable resource with young legal talent who could certainly handle these types of valuation appeals for residential property. So there could be a partnership, if you will.
That would be great. And if you guys could get started without legislation, I know we've got a few members of Ways and Means and Appropriations on this committee, so they could maybe help out once you get that program up and going and ready to. I think that would be the ideal situation instead of trying to pass legislation. Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question and a comment, and thank you, Secretary Burghardt, for your testimony today. I think this position is important. I think it's needed. I think it does make sense to me that it live in Department of Revenue. My question then is, you mentioned this a couple times, if I'm a taxpayer and I seek the Ombudsman's counsel, how do we ensure that taxpayer knows it's not legal advice? Is there a piece of paper I would sign or something, or how would that?
We would work through that process, but we would make it abundantly clear that we are not giving legal advice. And if you want legal advice, you'd have to seek separate counsel.
Yeah.
But and again, you haven't seen it, but on the department's website now, on the PVD section, there's guidance for the appeals processes. And within that guidance, it tells taxpayers to present your case, here are the types of evidence you want to bring to your hearing. And it's a list of 6 or 7 items. You know, a lot of taxpayers don't know that. And so basically this would just consolidate all of this educational material and just guidance in terms of how you get through the process at one location. And there's one person that taxpayers can call. And they won't have to call around to multiple locations.
I think that's very good, and thank you for that. And Madam Chair, just my comment here again, it echoes what I said at our last meeting. Again, I think, why do we have a large number of tax appeals right now? It's because our taxpayers are surprised with very large, unexpected tax bills, and so they appeal. My expectation would be that if our legislative body could pass, let's just hypothetically say we're able to pass a 3% annual tax cap, our taxpayers would then have far less surprises, and I would assume that the Board of Tax Appeal would see a sharp decline in tax appeal cases. So I'm interested in your last bullet here about reporting, and I would expect to see that if the legislature could take some action, we would see that we could eliminate a lot of those tax appeals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Senator Starnes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. My only question is, how many cases do you anticipate this person that they would have on a regular basis?
My sense is initially this person will be very, very busy. And you raise a very good point. We'll just have to see, because it may be necessary to expand this a little bit and have some support staff for that person. But keep in mind that Bob Cleland, our taxpayer advocate, is one person, and he handles basically questions coming in from a taxpayer population of over 2 million individual income taxpayers. So it can be done, but
Yeah, it took Bob a while to get to that, but that's why I say I'd love that if we could replicate him, but that's going to be almost impossible. But at least we're moving in the right direction, so. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate learning about this in the outline. The question I would have for you is, what authority did you have to establish new entities, hire people that may be outside of the current statutes that we have for the Department of Revenue?
well, I guess currently the Property Valuation Division provides guidance to counties and taxpayers who contact the agency. They are part of the Department of Revenue. What we are doing here is nothing more than what they are doing, but in a much more concentrated fashion. Same statutory authority that allows PVD to do this ostensibly would allow this to occur. There's technically no statutory authority for the taxpayer advocate position that Mr. Cleland's in. But he serves as, a designee of the Secretary of Revenue, which I have authority to designate certain individuals and give them certain authorities to deal with taxpayers, and presumably, actually the delegation here would be much less extensive than with Mr. Cleland. But I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That does answer it, but I think it's helpful for that to be part of the discussion so that people understand when we're talking about new employees, how that happens.
Absolutely.
Representative Smith.
Thank you. Just to piggyback off of that, if we were actually authorizing, like we're going to represent the taxpayers in a legal format, we probably would need that authorization. If we're just providing guidance, that's kind of customer support in my mind. I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but if you don't need legislative authority, what kind of time frame could we potentially be looking at to get something implemented? Would we need to wait until we had some funding appropriated for that position, or give us an idea of what kind of time frame we could look at?
Some preliminary planning work can be done. Actually, it's not going to require that much. But obviously funding of another position, and this position would be a position where the individual would be required to be very familiar with the processes at the Board of Tax Appeals and just the valuation concepts in general. So it's not an entry-level salary for this position, but certainly during the budget process, it can be brought up and handled at that point.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? And I would encourage you to start looking at that. I will do what I can, and I'm sure others will too, to get that position up and going, so.
But to the extent that it ever changes the scope of the activities, where you get into representing individuals, that would have to be a statutory change, and a statutory change that would remove this office outside of the Department of Revenue.
Understand. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thanks for your research on this.
Thank you.
Next committee is Chairman Wheeler. She's joining us remotely, and I wanted to thank the chairman again for bringing the idea of the taxpayer advocate for property taxes to us. Chairman, are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Tyson, members of the committee. I apologize I'm not able to be with you in person today, but appreciate the opportunity to appear here on WebEx. I did want to follow up briefly on some items that we discussed back on September 17th. We had generally discussed making basically two types of investments in the property tax appeal process in terms of investing in technology and human resources. I wanted to let you know what updates we have made on those fronts, and then let you know where we're still planning to go with that. As far as our technology investments, we have kicked off implementation of a new content management system. That's an electronic system designed to help streamline and get rid of a lot of our paper processes. We anticipate that's going to take about 9 months. It officially kicked off in October. OITS is serving as our project manager on that. Our staff has been actively working with vendors on implementation of that system, so it is going as planned. It is just happens to be a slow process to make sure that that all gets implemented correctly. We do have a new website that just recently went live. We're very excited about it. It is now at boda.ks.gov. We will continue to make updates to that website. One of the ideas with replacing our website was to get it onto a platform where we could more actively manage that ourselves without having to hire professional web developers. And now we have done that. So we will much more easily be able to add content. And we have already seen a few things that we think that we would like to perhaps tweak in the future. So those are our two good developments for us. We have continued to look at improving case management processes with the idea of increasing the rate of case flow and hopefully decreasing the number of necessary continuances that sort of clog things up on our docket. One of those is a case management survey. We anticipate implementing that after the first of the year, just because it's a little bit easier to make process changes at the first of the year sometimes. So we will see after a few months of that if that is making any difference in our case flow. But really the primary focus of my September 17th testimony, and still I think the focus today, is on adding some personnel resources for BODA. You all heard back in September from both myself and from Mr. DeFries about the case levels that BODA is currently seeing, as well as the historical staffing resources that BODA used to have. We used to have over 50 staff. We are now down to 16 total FTEs. 7 of those are admin positions. I am happy to say that as of October of this year, we are fully staffed for the first time in over 5 years, potentially even longer. But that just goes to show you how difficult it is sometimes to replace staff, particularly when we don't historically have a lot of turnover, and the individuals who have retired for various reasons in the last 18 months or so, in most cases, had 15, 20, or over 30 years of experience. And so even when you replace those individuals, it's not a one-to-one replacement. It takes somebody some time to get up to that level of knowledge and experience. So we are now fully staffed and working on training the new individuals that we have hired. We have asked in our FY27 budget. So for FY26, we have not asked for any additional money. For FY27, we have submitted a budget enhancement package request covering 3 new staff positions, as well as an additional sum to increase the salaries of our existing staff attorneys to a level that is commensurate with similar positions in other agencies. The 3 additional positions that we've requested are a legal assistant, an administrative assistant, who would be designed to float from area to area of our process as needed, and then the taxpayer assistant / advocate position. Now, I will say I appreciated Secretary Burghart's testimony, and I like all of the parts of his plan for the property tax ombudsman. I think that it is a great idea for that position to be located in revenue. Certainly, if the committee or the legislature were to decide you wanted that position to live in Boda, we would be happy to host it. But as I mentioned in September, I think there would be some good reasons for that position to be located outside of our office, which have nothing to do with our willingness to assist taxpayers in that way. But we added that amount to our budget just so that the legislature could see what that would look like if a position like that were to live in our agency. As far as the legal assistant and the administrative assistant, the legal assistant position is specifically designed with the idea that we would be moving some administrative tasks away from our staff attorneys so that they will free up their time to more actively manage cases, which will hopefully move cases through the hearing process more quickly, identify those that can resolve sooner on in the process, identify the good candidates for more active case management, more active board participation in the discovery and scheduling process, and allow our attorneys to do what they do best, which is help draft opinions, do legal research, and that sort of thing. The administrative assistant floating position is something that we've seen we need. Obviously, we operate on a small staff all of the time. Inevitably, individuals are sick, they need vacation, they need personal time off for whatever reason. And we need an individual who is trained in every capacity to step into those roles when somebody does need to be gone for those personal reasons. With that, I think that is everything that I wanted to update you on from September. I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Chairman. Any questions, committee? Okay, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for the follow-up information that you provided after that hearing, because it largely points to the time frame as being, what, 535 days-ish between filing and resolution of some cases, which is a long time. So my question, you mentioned that you have proposed 3 positions. When you came and did testify before the committee, you did some quick math that talked about the caseloads and given existing staff what that meant, you know, in terms of still not being able to cover the caseload. So have you done the new math on the addition of these positions and the ability with even that level of staff to catch up with the caseload?
I think asking for 2 new positions is a pretty modest request on our part. Just doing some.
We can't hear you, Chairman Wheeler.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay. My microphone seems to like to cut off when it's been asleep for a minute. So doing some rough math, we had a little over 8,000 cases last year. If you divide that among the 5 staff members who we have who are designated to actively process cases, and remembering we have 7 admin positions, one of those is a finance officer whose job entirely revolves around well, not entirely, but largely revolves around doing finance and procurement and those sorts of things. And one of those is a receptionist who doesn't actively participate in case processing to a large degree. So of the 5 remaining staff that we have, if you divide those 8,000 cases among 5, that's about 1,600 cases roughly a year to get processed per staff position. Adding 2 more drops that number down to about 1,200. So it's still a substantial caseload per FTE that we have, but it will help a little. Not as much as adding multiple new positions, but we have tried to be pretty modest with our request for additional staffing assistance. We do think that our new content management system, once it's up and running and everybody's fully trained and we're using it to the best of its ability, we think that that will be the equivalent of a staff person and a half position, roughly.
Okay, thank you. So the constraint, I guess, in just settling on 3 is your ability to onboard and get those people integrated in that time frame. Is that fair?
That's fair. I think we have tried to be modest from a budget standpoint, and a resource standpoint, but it is also difficult. We have had difficulty with some of our other staff positions with just being able to recruit and hire good people for those positions with what we're able to offer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Seeing none. Oh, Senator Klump.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. Have you run any modeling that if there was the chance that we were successful constraining the level of increase or flattening it, or stabilizing the increases, what % of the current backlog would go away, as well as does that eliminate your need for additional people?
That I don't really know, Senator Klemp. We haven't run the mathematical modeling. I'm not entirely sure, and perhaps somebody who is better with statistics than I could figure this out, and we can certainly sit down in our office and try to do that. I am not entirely sure what percentage of the current caseload would go away if there is a cap of some kind. I know anecdotally, a lot of the residential appeals that we're seeing right now, that is the primary complaint. It's not so much about the assessed value of the property as it is the impact on the taxes. And many times that has more to do with not more to do, but it's also impacted by the mill levy. And taxpayers are sometimes confused that BOTA only deals with the assessment part of that equation and that we can't actually address the mill levy piece of that puzzle. So I think that some of those probably would go away, but in terms of being able to determine what the impetus for any individual taxpayer's appeal was, just looking at our case numbers on paper, it's a little hard to say because sometimes they're not just motivated by that tax bill. They've got other reasons that they want to appeal. And we also don't know how that would impact commercial valuations. Substantial amount of our caseload every year is exemptions, which we don't really talk about much, but we are processing about 2,000 exemptions each year. And I don't think that those would be impacted by a cap on assessed value at all. So it would decrease the need some, but I do still think even with that decrease, we would benefit from the addition of 2 new staff positions, and we could certainly reevaluate on a yearly basis whether those continue to be necessary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up.
Yes.
It might be worth exploring that versus expansion of government, just as a curiosity is to understand that how many of the current backlog is residential. My understanding is a significant amount, and that is due to the increases that they're receiving. So it's probably worth just having somebody explore that a little bit. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
So, Madam Chairman, I've been contacted by a constituent from somebody else's district that there's a rumor out there that you're not having in-person hearings for residential. I tried to tell them I don't think that's the case, but is that accurate or not?
That is not accurate. I'm not sure what the source of the rumor is. We have had several days lately of in-person hearings for residential. We do offer a Zoom option, but it is never imposed upon the taxpayer. It is always at the taxpayer's option or request to have a Zoom hearing, which some of them do choose to do. Our small claims hearings are now held by Zoom. And so I don't know if the confusion is that small claims hearings are now held by Zoom or telephone conference, but that has been the case for really since COVID.
Okay, and thank you. I will clarify that with them. Also, we can get this from research or you guys. I would like a breakdown of your fee structure for the property tax exemptions so that we can take a look at that during session also.
Yes, we can certainly get you that information.
Wonderful. Any other questions, committee? Thank you, Chairman Wheeler, and thanks again for the idea on the taxpayer advocate and other ways to improve the process.
Thank you.
Committee, we're going to skip the break, and we're going to move right into our next conferee. It's tax practitioner. I can't say most of you know Linda Terrell, but she has been in this industry and performed more positions than most I know. I rely on her as an expert in the industry, and she's suggested a lot of ideas for legislation. I think she might have some more today, so I'm anxious to hear. Thank you, Linda, for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Smith and members of the committee. Just as an introduction, since I try to fly under the radar a lot, I'll just introduce myself. Lower it. It just isn't bending very well. How's that? Oh! Okay, let's just put the microphone back together. Thank you for letting me off the hook there.
Pull it straight down instead of bending it. Maybe it'll pick up your voice
It's really
better.
stiff. Yeah, I give up. Does it need to be on there? Why is this just me? Okay, I'm going to try it again. Oh, it's kind of ripped. All right, here's who I am. I'm Linda Terrell. As a matter of background, I first became involved in property tax issues in the 1970s, which was a long time ago, I know. That was when I worked in this building, and the legislature considered and placed on the ballot the classification amendment. After that, I graduated from law school. I became the general counsel for the Board of Tax Appeals, and later earning my master's in tax law while I was there, and eventually leaving and later forming my own law firm, which now specializes in just property tax appeals. While I have, over the years, entered my appearance on behalf of probably half of the counties in the state, I now limit my representation to commercial property taxpayers. We also do a significant amount of pro bono work for not-for-profits or religious entities that need help that don't have the money to pay for an attorney. In addition to my law practice, I've been awarded the CRE designation, which is from the Counselors of Real Estate. It's an international consortium of about 1,000 credentialed real estate thought leaders who advise on complex real property and land-related matters. And finally, I'm the president of the American Property Tax Council, which is a North American organization comprised of attorneys, one from each state. And they're vetted and asked to join based on their, what we learn is that they're one of the leading property tax attorneys in their jurisdiction. They have to specialize in property valuation matters and specialize in predominantly commercial. And I say that because I have told the chair, it's an interesting organization since it's just one attorney per jurisdiction. If you have a question about how's it going in Utah? We have a Utah member. I'm more than happy to call the Utah member. They will call you back at no charge and answer questions about how it goes in their state. And it occurred to me when the question was asked of Chairwoman Wheeler about, how do you anticipate caseload would go down if you have a cap? Well, there are members of my organization who are from states who have enacted caps, and I'm more than happy to ask them, what'd you see? What did the number of cases go down, the filings go down? And maybe they would even have the information available to them as to whether that would be the residential cases predominantly went down, but the commercial cases were still there. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm more than happy to use my position there as an opportunity to provide additional information. And I will tell you, they're all interested in legislation and active. I know Some of our members are a little bit more active on the legislative side, but they've all have a great deal of experience, and they pay attention to tax laws, and they're pretty good at making some recommendations of how to improve that. Anyway, I say all of that to say, basically, I'm a property tax geek and not a lot of fun at cocktail parties. Very few people want to talk about USPAP or fee simple, but that's my field. But I thought maybe perhaps some of my thoughts and ideas would generate a further discussion and maybe even some outside-the-box solutions. I will tell you that I'm advocating a long-term solution of upgrading the entire system and not trying to make bandages over parts of it, but to actually, my biggest suggestion would be to move away from the county appraiser system and go to licensed appraisers as opposed to the system that we have right now. And I don't know if all of you know this, but our county appraisers, we call them county appraisers. I think every other state calls them county assessors. But we call them county appraisers, but they're not required to be licensed as an appraiser. So their job lets them appraise all of the property within their jurisdiction, but they couldn't, for instance, go out and write an appraisal for a bank financing arrangement for a house or anything else. They have no ability to be an appraiser outside of their little office unless they are credentialed, and very few of them are. So my suggestion is that we eventually study and consider whether it would be more appropriate to have less than 105 operating things, maybe 20 to 25 districts, and each of those would have a licensed appraiser in charge. Those licensed appraisers are, they answer to the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board in order to keep their certification. And, you know, if they don't do something correct, then they have, a taxpayer would have an avenue to file a complaint and get some resolution in that manner too. So I think it would elevate the system. The work product would obviously go up in terms of quality, et cetera. So with that understanding, that's kind of where I'm heading. So I have identified, I could identify many more, but I've identified 4 things that I think need to be fixed. So the first one is, there is a trend among some of the counties here to, despite legislative changes and despite case law, they're not following it. They're doing their own thing, even though it's quite clear what the law is, either whether from the statutes or from our court system. There was a witness on the stand last week who testified. I asked him about, are you familiar with this decision of our Kansas Court of Appeals and a number of other decisions? And the answer was, no, I don't think it applies because I think it just applies to that case. And I'm here to tell you that when the Kansas Court of Appeals speaks and they tell you what the law is in the state, that's the law in the state. And they're applying it based on the statutes. And so that's my number one. And the biggest example of this that I can give you, well, I should give you my 4 first. That's the first. The second one is the improper utilization of mass appraisal. The third is the flawed sales ratio study. And the fourth is the biggie, and that's reappraising every year. So let's look at number 1. I told Chair Tyson that I come from a family full of people who have either served our country in terms of the military or federal civil service. So I grew up a rule follower. Maybe that's why I became a lawyer. I mean, there's a set of rules, and it made my life simple to follow. So it offends me personally when I see an area of the government, a jurisdiction of the government not following the law, and because they don't like it. My thought was that if you don't like a law, then you need to be over here in this group trying to convince you people that their change in the law is warranted. So let's look at the example I have that is the most prevalent is what I like to call, and I actually brought a copy of a recent article in the Appraisal Journal. It's called "The Tenant is Not the Property." And that's a big issue in our state. Although it's settled, it just seems to keep being litigated, even though the answer is the same every time. So the significant issue is in 2016, the legislature amended KSH 74-2433 G to make it clear that for property tax valuation purposes, the interest that we value is the fee simple interest. So I think talking with Chair Tyson, she was focusing on fair market value, and I said fair market value is, just the concept of what's the most amount a buyer would pay and the least amount a seller would take. That's basically what it is in an arm's length transaction. The question isn't the fair market value. The question is the fair market value of what? And that's what our court said. It's the fee simple. So if you went out and hired an appraiser who's licensed, they could give you the value of a life estate. They could give you the value of in use. We call that like use value. They could give you the value of the leased fee, which is the investment value, or they could give you a value of fee simple. There's a whole lot of interests that they could be valuing, the leasehold interest, all kinds of things. In Kansas, for property tax purposes, it's fee simple. It's in the law, it's quite settled. So the question then became, what's meant by fee simple? As I told you, I'm just a lot of fun at cocktail parties. The appraisal of real estate considered, which is considered the Bible for appraisers, defines it as the absolute ownership unencumbered by any other interest or estate, subject only to the limitations imposed by the governmental powers of taxation, eminent domain, police power, and escheat. So a lot of us refer to that as, I have all the sticks, all the bundle of sticks, they're all mine. So I have the right to occupy the property, I have the right to lease the property, I have the right to do nothing with the property, I have the right to sell the property, I have all the rights. That's fee simple. So what does that mean, and why is it important for property tax purposes? Well, we have to value the land, and this is commercial predominantly, because, and I'll explain why. Commercial are the only people who have these other interests in there actively kind of all across the market. Residential people, they sell in fee simple every day. We've all sold a house. And what that really means is the buyer is anticipating moving in after you sell it. So you sell it as available for the current or the new occupant to use it. And for commercial, though, it's important because we just try to value the land and the building, and we value it based on an assumption that the owner or tenant will be vacating the property upon our hypothetical sale. So decision after decision by our appellate courts have ruled, when valuing a property, an appraiser may determine the difference between the value of the property under a hypothetical vacant condition and its value as occupied. And you do this in order to isolate the value of the real estate separate and apart from the business being operated within the real estate. And the Honorable Judge Patrick McEnany wrote in an ARC Sweet Life Rose Hill decision, the ultimate object of this exercise is to determine the true value of the real estate upon which to levy taxes, and not to levy taxes based on the value of the business located on the real estate. So we don't value vacant buildings, which is kind of the boogeyman out there. We don't value vacant buildings. Instead, we value it as vacant or available to be occupied by the new person, okay? Just like you saw your house. So why is this important for compliance with our state's constitution? It's the only way to get uniform and equal. And let me give you an example. I had a case where there were two identical commercial office buildings across the street from one another, owned by the same people. One was 100% leased, while the other was vacant. The vacant was for sale for $4 million, and eventually sold for much less, as a matter of fact. The county agreed to the $4 million for the vacant, but left the $12 million value on the occupied one. Now, you got $4 million and $12 million. I need to get uniformity, right, and equality. So what can I do? I can either remove the value of the business and get it down to fee simple, like my one over here at $4 million, or I can add this phantom value on top of this $4 million one and pretend it's occupied and then value it as if it's leased, valuing the business within the thing. Well, the answer is obvious. You've got to get it down to the uniform and equal at fee simple, because there'll be another occupied or unoccupied building. And so, in other words, we need to value property in fee simple and in a uniform and equal manner. And by the way, it's quite clear that we don't tax leasehold estates. So for people who think, why aren't we taxing the value of that lease? We just don't. It's an intangible property. It's a contract right. It's not a property right. So it's not taxable. And we don't have a single decision that even suggests that they would be. Let me give you another example of why this is important. I also had, this is not my case, but there was two hotels. Both of them were built the same year. They had virtually the same number of rooms. They were within 17 rooms of having the exact same number of rooms, okay? Both had excellent highway access. The Marriott was valued for $6 million more than the DoubleTree. Well, Marriott filed an appeal. And the appraiser at the hearing said, well, if the Marriott sign was on the DoubleTree building, then that building would be worth $6 million more. So no, we don't value property based on whether there's what the sign says. So obviously that didn't fly, that they got to be uniform and equal eventually by the Court of Appeals and BOTA. But anyway, it's simply wrong to value the brand along with the building. So despite this clear and unambiguous language in the statutes and the case law, some counties, even as recent as last week, are valuing commercial properties as occupied. And BOTA takes the evidence into the record, and there's never any decision that says you're not supposed to do that. Well, to me, somebody needs to say, either we change the law to make it absolutely clear that you can't value the property as occupied. So, well, that is the law. So my suggestion is that we maybe look at 742433G, which I talked about earlier. It starts by saying valuation appeals before the board shall be decided by a determination of the fair market value of the fee simple of the property. That's what it says now. I would include, which is defined as the absolute ownership unencumbered by any other interest or estate, subject only to the limitations imposed by the governmental powers of taxation, eminent domain, police power, and escheat. And then the property should be valued on the assumption the current owner occupants will vacate the property as of the date of our hypothetical valuation date. For us, it's January 1st. That's what I would suggest, because apparently the case law, decision after decision after decision, I mean, there's probably 6 or 7 of them that say all the same thing. And despite the legislature adding the word fee simple, and I should say, just as an aside, the International Association of Assessing Officers, which is kind of their organization the county assessors and our county appraisers belong to, they have tried to change the definition of fee simple in order to get around this. They tried with the appraisal, they tried with a private law firm first to do some lobbying. That didn't work. They went to the Appraisal Institute. They had a 2-day symposium. They took testimony, and at the end of that, the answer was no. Then they tried to go to the appraisal of real estate to get them to change the definition of fee simple in their book. They print a dictionary of real estate appraisal, and they tried that, and the answer was no. So there is no, it's just wrong. To me, rules are rules. That's my first issue. Okay. The second issue I call the improper utilization of mass appraisal. So I confessed to you that I started this about 1970. So I have seen mass appraisal go from what it was intended to what I think it is not intended to do today. Mass appraisal is defined as a systematic valuation of groups of properties using standardized procedures and statistical models, primarily for mass appraisal. There's also some other mass appraisal out there, like Zillow. If you look on, that's a mass appraisal system. And this is as opposed to a single property appraisal. Some people call them fee appraisals. I don't know why that term ever happened, but it's a single property appraisal. A single property appraisal looks at that single property and analyzes it specifically with using comparable properties in the market area, adjusted those for things like size and condition, location, et cetera. None of that occurs in mass appraisal. Mass appraisal is a kind of a one-size-fits-all, and so for it's probably more of a female thing than the male thing, but it's kind of like if you want to get something to wear at the store and they had a one-size-fits-all, or you could get the size 8 that you were, then you would go with the size 8. You wouldn't get the one that fit. Okay, so that's the difference. So in my county, now I will say it serves an excellent purpose because it is the only method out there that you can get everybody appraised in a real hurry in a single year and do it over and over and over. But it is not the equivalent of a single property appraisal. And I'm going to give you an example in my county. and I don't know if Bob's still behind me because I'll pick on him. In my county, the county utilizes a mass appraisal income approach for most commercial properties. They don't do a sales comparison approach. You know, he talked about that sales comparability thing that's in the mass appraisal system. That is only used really for residential properties in my county, and not for commercial properties. And the answer they give on the stand is they don't do a sales comparison approach because PVD has not approved one yet. To which my response is, it was about 40 years ago that we did reappraisal, and at some point in time, somebody ought to be able to figure out how to do a mass appraisal income approach for, or sales comparison approach for commercial properties. Anyway, they do a cost approach, which they generally ignore, even though the correct appraisal methodology is if you're supposed to do all three approaches, if you can competently develop all three. Sometimes there's a approach that you don't have enough market evidence, you can't do it. And then you reconcile those values to a final opinion of value. You don't pick one. That's not how it works. So, but for mass appraisal, that's how it works. They don't reconcile the cost approach with their income approach. They just pick the income approach, okay? So that's a problem, in my opinion, but it would get solved if you decided to upgrade county appraisers to licensed real property appraisers. But here's an example of how they value Class A properties in my county. Let's take I'm going to pick a retail building over 20,000 square feet. They go to a market rent study and they find the Class A, and it's over 20,000 square feet, and they bring their fingers together, and that's the rent. Now, if it was a Class B, your fingers be over here and you go over there. All Class A retail over 20,000 has exactly the same rent in Johnson County. That's how it works. They have exactly the same expenses. They have exactly the same cap rate. Now, common sense tells you that not all retail properties are worth the same per square foot. It just doesn't make sense. But this is how it works. And the theory of mass appraisal is if you do a really excellent job, 1/3 of your values will be high, 1/3 will be low, and 1/3 will be right. The people who are low are probably not going to say anything. People who are right may or may not say something, depending on how much they understand. But the people that are high are going to file an appeal. And the difference, I think, when retail building, he's going to inspect it. He's going to measure it. I say he, probably she, could be anything. But they will go into the property and they see the condition. They know whether there's any functional obsolescence. They can see the neighbors, which is sometimes very important. If there's a lot of vacant properties around you, then you're in trouble. If there's, something next door to you that looks like it's going to be some kind of an issue with the neighbors, that might be important. So the appraiser takes all of that into consideration. Then the appraiser finds comparables, and a comparable is just pretty simple. It would be a substitute, So another building that a buyer would be interested in if they like this one. And they adjust those for location, time, all those things. But mass appraisal does not do that. They have models, they'll testify, they do have models that make these things, but they're not specific to that property. They're doing an orbit of properties with an orbit of data. And so, for instance, when in mass appraisal, for those counties that do an income approach, they will take some market extracted data for, that's sales. They'll take some sales of other commercial properties and they'll determine the capitalization rate, okay? And then they kind of they determine a capitalization rate for all Class A buildings, retail buildings, in my example. And that's the same, then it gets applied across the same. But capitalization rates need to be developed with comparable sales of properties. So not all properties. So in my case, in the Class A retail, it might include funeral homes, gas stations, Quick Trips, Scooters Coffee, Walmart. They all go in, and I think there's some theory of large numbers that if there's enough stuff in there, it'll somehow be okay. I will tell you that I don't abide by that theory, and that's certainly not accepted appraisal methodology. You need to have comparable properties. So that's the difference. And so at one point, I think I can't remember what year this was. I think it was the 2020. The legislature amended, I think it was 79504. Amelia, you can correct me, but there used to be a reference that all the appraisals had to be done in accordance with appraisal methodology for mass appraisal. And you struck the mass appraisal, which I think was an indication to BOTA, no, we want to see a higher level here. When you get to a hearing, mass appraisal is not as important as it was for, the function is to start the process, it is not to end the process. So let me give you another example. In Missouri, where I don't practice, I've done a few cases with local counsel, but in Missouri, the county is not allowed to admit the mass appraisal into the record because they've determined it's irrelevant. It's because it is a mass appraisal. And so when they go to hearing, they have to have a single property appraisal there. I would suggest that would be the case for Kansas. Now, that won't happen right away, I get it, because we have many county appraisers' offices don't have anybody qualified to write a single property appraisal. But that's really what, in my mind, the right way to do this is the way mass appraisal began. And I've told the chair, when I began in this field, the statement, the little coin, like a meme kind of thing was, you appraise in mass and you defend in fee. In other words, mass appraisal is the beginning, but when you're challenged, you've got to come up with a single property. So the appraiser for the county, the taxpayer has a single property appraisal, and so does the county. But right now, in the way BOTA treats them, the mass appraisal has essentially this will be given the same weight as a single property appraisal, and I think that is not the way to go. And don't get me wrong, a lot of cases don't have appraisals. They have valuation cases, and they may have something specific about their property. They can bring some pictures, and so these are the more complicated cases that I'm talking about. Anyway, that's my suggestion for that. For problem number 3 relates to the sales ratio study. This also becomes a moot question if you adopt the idea that we need to upgrade the system and use licensed appraisers. Because what is the sales ratio study for? Well, the sales ratio study is there to judge the work of county appraisers, which makes sense because they don't have any appraisal designations. So somebody needs to judge their work product. So this is what it is. They're not, county appraisers, by the way, are not subject to or under the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board. And by the way, if you have a complaint about somebody in the county appraiser's office, there isn't any place to make that complaint. You can complain against the county appraiser themselves, but not for anybody in the employment. So the people who are actually doing the work, valuing the property, there's not any way for you they're not regulated. But anyway, my thought is if you upgrade the system, there really isn't a need for a sales ratio study. And it's never used by anybody except to judge these county appraisers. So anyway, residential sales are input into them with very little issue because you don't have that issue that I talked about with the business value. And I think you'll notice that many times when you see that.
I'm sorry, I just got notice that you're cutting in and out online for some reason. So would the tech guy, would you, I apologize, I don't know your name, would you check her mic and make sure that it's angled right?
You scared me. Okay. Okay.
Sorry about that, Linda.
I talk too fast anyway, so that's probably why I'm cutting out. They're probably thinking, well, she needs to slow down. Okay, so I think you probably noticed when you see these report cards for county appraisers, they're usually right on the money with residential because residential sales don't have this issue of what's fee simple and what's an investment sale, for instance. But they're off on commercial. And let me just tell you why they're off on commercial. Okay, a ton of sales go into the sales ratio study that should not be there. They're least fee transactions and not fee simple transactions. Remember, we're judging the county appraisers on how well they do fee simple. So we have these sales that go in that are sales of, let's say, a mobile home park or, a Walgreens or, you just pick anything that we know is leased property, okay? On the sales validation questionnaire, there is a question that asks, is there a sale of a business included in this transaction? And I cannot tell you how many times I've seen people fill that out incorrectly. For instance, Somebody will buy a little office building, and buddy that's just in the investment market. They buy a little office building, there's tenants in there, there may be a law firm or an insurance company or whatever's in there, but they're running their little businesses out of their space, okay? This person just bought the building, and all they're doing is collecting rents and maybe managing the property. They ask, is there sale of business in there? And they'll say, no, I didn't buy a business. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You bought the business of renting this building out and managing this building. So you should have said yes. Mobile home parks are infamous for saying, no, I didn't buy it because I just bought these storage facilities and they rent them out. But I don't run a business in it. So my opinion is they do try to verify these sales. They call buyers and sellers and get the information, but they're going to give you the same answer. So there needs to be either a change to the sales validation questionnaire. It could be quite as simple as, what did you buy? Just tell us what it is. What did you buy? Oh, I bought a storage facility. Okay, well, then we know you bought a business. Or I bought an apartment complex. But it doesn't say that. It says a lot of stuff, but it doesn't say anything that's really relevant. So I would suggest that change to the sales validation questionnaire. And as long as we're still doing county appraisers and sales ratio studies, because it isn't right to judge people on how well they're doing when your data in your test is flawed, and it is flawed. So anyway, I would suggest that they either correct the sales validation questionnaire or that we submit all commercial sales sent to a licensed appraiser with directions for them to adjust for property rights. Okay, the last problem is pretty quick, okay? I don't want to reappraise that property every year. And I think my personal opinion is you could recommend appraising every 3 years. And why do I recommend that? Well, the requirement to annually appraise property clogs up the entire system. The docket at BOTA is drowning in appeals that are second and third year appeals because the first year appeal is not finished. If we did every 3 years, the data would be better. There would be much more research, much more analyzation, much more modeling. It would be better. Only one appeal would need to be filed at BOTA. It would cover all 3 years. BOTA's docket would be more manageable. People would be happy because their value would be the same for 3 years. Now, am I worried about the big jump at the end of third year? No, I am not. And here's why. I watched when we did the reappraisal. You know, we hadn't reappraised, for some of you that are newer, we hadn't reappraised for like 20 years in Kansas. And then suddenly it was like, okay, we ought to do this. And so we did order, legislation was passed and everything was done, and we ordered a reappraisal, but it was set down the road. And the reason it was set down the road was to educate the public, to give the counties time to set up their, did I do that? I'm sorry. It's just family trait. If you have 3 years, then you've got an opportunity for, because they did it the first time, you know, when we did reappraisal, they went out, they met with local chambers of commerce, they went to Homes Association meetings, they gave speeches, they did everything. And people were ready. I mean, most, if you were interested in it, you were ready because you had time and you were educated. We could do the same thing in that 3-year time period. You could have the appraiser making, you know, going out into the public or putting it out on social media. Look, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing a 2% increase in the market, or we're seeing a 4% increase in the residential market. Or Johnson County publishes them by, you know, areas, cities. They'll tell you whether Mission Hills is going up, or Overland Park, or how's Prairie Village doing. They would have the time and the data to do this, and anybody interested could see and they could prepare themselves. But you also have legislation that says, okay, well, if the tax base is going up, then you got an obligation to notify these people what the mill levy should drop down to. So we could educate people. Here's what the base is going to go up, but to raise the same amount of money, this is what your mill levy would go down, and give them an example, let them try the math on their own. And I'm not alarmed about it at all. County appraisers' offices could basically be shut down if you adopted my thought process of having 20 or so districts. That would save a lot. The new people that are licensed appraisers that would be answerable to the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board for their actions, but they would not be answerable to county commissions, which I think is a positive thing. They could have counsel appointed for them that would be, because there's some excellent attorneys, by the way. I mean, there aren't many of us, but there are some excellent attorneys that are in private practice that represent counties, and they do a great job. We could, if that was a job, and young attorneys knew about it, I think they could easily be filled with people who would be terrific in this process. Let's see, I do think separating them from the county commission is a positive idea. Anyway, in summary, I get it. Any big outside-the-box kind of change takes time to study and implement, and I would support the change the chair has discussed with me on a number of occasions of placing a cap on increases while we go through the system of overhauling it entirely. But I will tell you, as my experience is representing commercial taxpayers, and some residential, but not many, they are alarmed about the percentage increase. A lot of people call me and talk to me about it went up 18% or what. You know. I got an email this morning, they went up 91% on a commercial property. You know, I always tell people it's really not the percentage that it went up to. The question is it the right number? And so we need to get to the right number because that's where our argument lies. Complaining about percentage increases just muddies the waters about what your real solution is. So, but anyway, I think it's time. The commercial issues are so much more complicated. And maybe that's because the reliance on the property tax has increased to a great extent from the time I started. Now it's a big enough deal for businesses particularly to pay attention. And I will give you an example. You know, as an attorney, and you're looking for clients, and you're wondering where they're going to come from and how you're going to pay the bills and the overhead, et cetera. And I would look at, over the years, I would look at Walmart, and I thought, why aren't they filing? They never file anything, nothing. And I thought, why is it? And then all of a sudden, there was an issue in Johnson County, and everybody's values got doubled, and then they started filing appeals. And so they were content to be okay. You know, they didn't, and this is what I learned from them. They were content to be okay. It didn't have to be perfect. Some of my clients, it needs to be perfect or they're not going to make their bottom line. But for many of the bigger ones, it doesn't have to. They just need it to be reasonable and make the company profitable. So anyway, as it turns out that more reliance on this, and I will say this too, you know, commercial taxpayers, you know, they get knocked around a lot, but they do pay 2.5 times the taxes on every value of dollar as a homeowner. So they are carrying a bigger percentage in terms of or they're tugging on the rope, I guess, more than a lot of people. So because of that, I just feel like that's, and the fact that it's all gone up, it's just really, it's important. It's become a more important issue to them. Some of my clients that we have in the office have said they used to file an annual, well, I think it was barely about every 3 years, income tax appeal because that was their big tax. And now their big tax is mine, the property tax. And we have a seminar every year, and Fred Nicely from the cost came to talk to us this year. And he said for the cost, which is Council on State Taxation, has taken a much greater interest in property taxes because that's what their clients are asking for. So it is something that I think deserves modernization. I always say it needs innovation and renovation and upgrade. So that would be my suggestion long term. I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has about anything, actually. As Karen will tell you, I'm happy to answer anything, but as long as it's about property taxes, I'm happy to answer anything.
Well, thank you, Linda, and I do enjoy listening to you. You're such a wealth of knowledge. Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Wonderful testimony.
Thank you.
Really appreciate these new ideas and suggestions. I'm interested in exploring problem number 4 here, but I have a couple of clarifying questions,
Okay.
please. When you say pass legislation to reappraise every 3 years, are you suggesting all appraisals, residential, commercial, every 3 years?
Everybody.
Okay, yep, all right, thank you. And then second one here, when you talk about creating 25 appraisal districts, let's just hypothetically say we did that, so that would eliminate all of the county appraiser positions?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And then would these appraisal districts, would these be private companies that are contracted by the counties, or how would you see that working?
Okay, well, I've talked about this. I think it should be private myself, because you could, there are appraisal firms that do reappraisal. And to get more in the weeds, I initially picked 19 because but that's a weird number. But I picked that because Utah is about the same size geographically and population as us, and I think they have 19 counties. And so I thought, well, they're working. Maybe we don't need 105. So, but 20 to 25 seems like a more round number. And I would suggest you could even do this. You could do 1/3 of the counties 1 year, 1/3 the next, 1/3 the next. And that way that appraisal company could handle 1/3 over here, and they could move to the next over here. Or you could make them state employees. I would not make them answerable to the county, I guess, is that because I'm seeing this as not being really, the values would be by the county, but the district would be so much larger than that. So it should be somebody that's answerable maybe to the state.
Yeah, thank you. And then I guess I'll just kind of state the obvious again. If we're going to explore this, you got to look at the risks and the costs and the benefits, take a little bit of research to flush that out.
I agree.
But I certainly welcome the idea. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your testimony.
I even think you could maybe streamline PVD too, because you wouldn't need those people to supervise, because these people are qualified, designated, appraisers. And I was going to say, you know how frequently I love to correct you. Madam Chair, on agricultural use, that question that was raised, I won't get into the hobby farm question, but the actual test is it for profit, because our courts have said we don't really have to put on top of a farmer the requirement that they make money, because many of them don't, even though they're farming away. So he said the Constitution and the statutes just require that the land be devoted to agricultural use. So that becomes the question. And Representative Clayton, I think that kind of answers it. That's the test. Is it devoted to agricultural use? And if the land is idle, it's not devoted to agricultural use. If the land is some forestry cases have gone up while the trees are growing. The courts have said if you're not cutting and selling, it's not devoted yet. It's premature. So that's the test. It'll be a tough one, because I've talked about this a lot. It's in the Constitution. So you know how that works. You can expand the rights under the Constitution, but you can't by statute limit the rights under the Constitution. So I'm sure there'll be challenges.
No, that's wonderful. I stand corrected, and I maybe could have said intent to make a profit.
Intent. It has to be, yes, it has to be there.
Yes.
I mean, it's just, I will, as an example of how this works at least in my county, I have a property that's devoted to agricultural use, but it's also commercial, okay? So it's a nursery, and you've included nurseries in there. But in Johnson County, they carve out the driveway and the parking lot and call that commercial, because we're not growing anything on the parking lot. I don't think in rural areas that anybody's out there carving out the driveway to the dairy farm, but we do. And there are sections of the nursery that are devoted to employees that got carved out. And and it varies, I think, from county to county. I would tell you that some are way more focused on being specific and delving into whether it's devoted to agricultural use, and then others are not as. So you will see, particularly if they think it's a hobby kind of issue, you'll see them asking a lot of questions. about what are you doing here? Are you like, have you cut the hay, you baled the hay, did you sell the hay? So we get into a lot of issues there, so, sorry.
That's okay. Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda, it's always good seeing you again.
Same.
I'm always fascinated in listening to you, by the way, so.
So you'll invite me to the cocktail party, is
Yeah,
what you're telling me?
oh,
Okay.
yes, I listen all day. On your suggestions, are there any states that have like appraisal districts like you're talking about?
Yes.
And higher, there are states that do it that way?
Yeah,
And they
I'll
hire-
get back to you as to which ones they are, but yeah, there are some that do that, that are not responsible to counties, but more districts.
Okay. And second, are there any states that just appraise every 3 years?
Yes, multiple, Missouri's every 2. One was every 7, that was kind of problematic. But yeah, there are that go with every 3.
All right.
I'll get that to you too.
Great, thanks.
That would be great if you could get it back to Eddie. That way he can distribute
All
it to
right.
the committee. And I am going to take you up on your offer of other states too, reaching
Yeah.
out. I know I've done that before. You've been great on that. Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I missed a transition in your comments about you're not worried about that big jump in 3 years, because living in Johnson County, what I would envision is in years 1, 2, and 3 of the appraisals not increasing, the local taxing entities would say, well, we have to increase your mill rates in order, because the base isn't increasing. And then the third year would come, now the base would increase, and they'd be silent and let that go
that's-
on, applying the old mills to the new base.
You're
And-
such a
and-
skeptic. It's true. I'm with you. There would be people that are going to assume they're just going to, because that's been the system for years. The system for years has been, the base went up, and then you get the announcement that we held your property tax mill to no increase. Well, but your bill went up because the truth is they're collecting a lot more money. Okay.
And they would blame it and say, well, the reappraisals, and that's the reason your taxes are going up, because they reappraised your property.
Right, right. But I don't want anybody to think that people were really informed about whether, holding the mill levy meant they were not spending any more money than they were the year before. They had a lot more money coming in if the base went up. So yes, you'd have to coordinate that. You'd have to make it, we'd have to consider what your limitations you would want on local units of government being able to raise the mill levy during the 3-year time period. I would agree. And there should be a mathematical way of doing that that makes sense, but it doesn't come to my brain at the moment, but I think it's probably possible.
No, I had thought in your comments that you had said something about using that time to educate the public about blah, 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 but it's just hard to penetrate and get that message to folks of how it works, just like we heard from the BOTA folks, that a lot of people think they're appealing the value, not the valuation, but the tax amount. But anyway.
That's true.
You also talked about the cap of 3 or 4%. And go into the Constitution where it says that the legislature shall provide for uniform and equal basis for valuation. Do you think there's any conflict there of, back to here's this hotel and this hotel, they look exactly the same. So I might be living next to the senator next to me in the exact same houses. Mine would be differently valued than his if we cap, you follow me? So
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
I actually think that under the Constitution before it was amended, you would have a problem. But it used to say, this is challenging, Amelia, you're going to have to correct me, but I think it used to say uniform and equal rates of assessment and valuation. And then we had to change it to take assessment out because we made a classification system and everybody wasn't assessed equally. So I think we have uniform valuation and there's something else. Okay, rate of taxation. Okay. So I think now if you did that across the board, I think you'd be okay. And I'm not the constitutional scholar. I mean, I'm the property tax attorney. But I do think that you could probably do that as long as you did it for everybody. I will say this. I absolutely hate the welcome stranger concept of where your value stays the same and it doesn't go up until you sell the property. That's a disaster waiting to happen. But I think if you do implement something that was saying, okay, we're going to hold it to 3%. And I think in talking to Senator Tyson too, it might be that your value would be valued every year. Your house would be valued every year. But what you would see is that value, and then you would see your 3% number, and you would be able to get either the new value or the 3%, whichever was better for the property owner. So that may be, then you would still be valuing property. Ours now is annually, but maybe the tax would be limited. I don't know. We've never had one, but I will say this. I've seen other states that have done KEPs. They've been challenged, and the courts have approved them. So I think I think the courts will allow you to do it as long as there's a rational basis for which you're doing the thing. So, and if there was I can't remember either Governor Carlin was governor when I think the last time they did a major committee to study in-depth taxes in Kansas, and they covered them all. I think Lieutenant Governor Docking chaired the group, and they had people from the industry and taxpayers and legislators, and, maybe it's time for that and time for innovation because, seriously, I've been doing this for almost 50 years, I guess, and it's just one Band-Aid after another, and it's good for me as an attorney because that means more litigation every time you change something. But I don't think that's really your goal, is to make my life better. So anyway, I think it might be a good idea for long range to make some kind of committee like that again and make some investment and try to think about really being outside the box. And I will tell you, other states will come in and talk to you about it because they're just interested in figuring out what to do with their own state too. So.
Well, and if I may, there was a blue ribbon study by Governor Grace. I actually
that's
have
right.
asked other administrations to do the same thing.
Yeah,
I have
I'd forgotten that one.
in my office. I refer to it quite frequently. And then we do the brainstorming group, a few of us trying to come up with innovative ideas for tax. But you're right, there needs to be a deep dive. Where do we want to go with the state of Kansas? Representative Ayer-Camp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question on the fee simple. Can you just define that a little bit better? Specifically, is it just simply if the property went up on the market, what would it sell for as a vacant property?
Right.
Or does there have any influence as far as the cost to rebuild it? The reason for the question is kind of geography plays a lot into it, as opposed to just the construction cost of the structure. So can you talk a little bit about the resale versus the construction costs? How did that?
Yeah, for us, it's our hypothetical sale. So, but in determining the hypothetical sale, they should be doing the three approaches to value. The first one is the cost approach. So that would be, and they'd use Marshall valuation system, and it's in the CAMA system, and they determine a value based off the cost to replicate the property. Oh, which, by the way, 79503A says reproduction costs, and I think we should make that replacement cost because nobody does reproduction costs. I mean, that's kind of the old school thing. So what it would cost to replace the building. And then the sales comparison says they look at other sales of similar properties and adjust them and say what they think it would sell for. That's like if you called your broker and said, a real estate broker, and said, hey, I'm interested in selling my house. They're going to bring you those sales comps from your neighborhood and show you what they're sold for and what you should expect. And the last is an income approach, which it works if you have property that's rented, because we base it off of rentals, not income like the business, not what the business makes, but what the property would rent for. So those are the three approaches, and they're supposed to reconcile them into a final opinion. But fee simple means just land and building. So, and the appraisal challenge is when you see, let's take an example of a pretty simple one of, let's say I'm buying a storage facility. So I'm going to pay that person who's selling the storage facility for the business that they've got in place. They've got all these leases in place of people storing stuff, and I'm also going to buy the land and the building. So the three things I'm buying are land, building, and the right to receive the rents in place, okay? If I value when that's what I bought, that's the investment value or my least fee value. That's value the going concern, okay? And actually, we have a kind of an anecdote here for attorneys. That's the going concern. What value am I trying to get? I'm trying to get what is going on in the building is not your concern. So we're just trying to do land and building, okay? So it's a challenge to figure out how much, unless the buyer and seller have negotiated, put it in the contract, which is, if you're my client, I love you for that, because then there's some paper trail. But very few people do that. They buy something and it's a price and they sell it, and so they know they paid for the business, but they don't really know how much. So that's the challenge that the appraiser has to come up with. How do I adjust this sale price to come from a least fee value to fee simple? And that's the one that gets us to uniform and equal, because then everybody's just being valued on land and building. Was that worse than what you thought I was?
No, that's helpful. So get maybe a little bit too much in the weeds, but for a situation where somebody would build a commercial building in a location that has a value to a very limited number of people, maybe even just to that single individual.
Okay.
But it doesn't have a whole lot of value to the market as a whole. And not a whole lot of people would really care to have a commercial property at that particular location.
That happens.
When it's probably not super common, but in those situations, how does fee simple apply?
So the appraiser, if you're having a single property appraiser, they would go out, their first question is, what's the highest and best use of the property? So they first have to determine, is that what you built there, is that the highest and best use? And if the answer is yes, in other words, the property is significantly adding, the building is adding to the value of the land, then the next question is, well, who would be interested in buying this property, and then for what? That's basically the appraisal process. So what do you have? And is it the highest and best use? And then who's out there in the market pool? And then what would they pay? And what your question is, what if the pool is like the shallow end and nobody's really interested in this? Then the answer is, they've over improved the site and it probably has no marketability other than land value. And that's the answer. It doesn't happen very often that that's the only value, but it does happen. Particularly with some properties that maybe just, well, I'm going to give an industry that is no longer, let's do this. Let's say I owned a Blockbuster, okay? Well, after a while, there wasn't really a need for a Blockbuster anymore. And so the highest and best use was not for it to be a retail Blockbuster store, but to be torn down and developed as something else. Then it becomes just the land value. That's the value. Under our system of mass appraisal, that wouldn't be picked up because the mass appraisal system doesn't do the first test of highest and best use. Mass appraisal assumes the use in place is the highest and best use, and therefore they value it and run it through the system. And it doesn't know your neighbors or whether that you picked a bad spot or anything like that. It's just, that's the difference between the two. That's why I say mass appraisal is the beginning, but it should never be the end if you're in an appeal.
Any other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you so much for being here. I appreciate your background and also your focus on what is the value of the property. You also talked about a history of working with this. So what have you seen over time as we've reduced the amount of property that we're taxing? We took it off machinery, we took it off and equipment. We took it off intangibles in many counties. How has that affected the degree to which we are asking counties and cities to manage services with a lessening amount of wealth that we're taxing?
Yeah, that's the problem, that it will never be solved. First of all, the intangibles are just not taxable because that's the Constitution. We only tax tangible personal property. But you're right, machinery and equipment came off, that changed it. Use value changed it for agricultural. I have clients in some rural areas where the mill levy is really, really high because the tax base is low because it's predominantly agricultural. And so the tax load for a small, let's say, grocery store in a rural areas can be quite punishing. I mean, those are the facts of life. It might be completely different I mean, I gave some example. Wyandotte County's mill levy used to be significantly higher than Johnson County. And I had a client who had a restaurant in Johnson County and a restaurant in Wyandotte County. And the restaurant in Johnson County sold for like $5.5 million, and the one in Wyandotte sold for $700,000 because nobody was interested. Same thing. It was, but they couldn't afford the mill levy. It was just too high to operate a restaurant. Could be maybe operate something else. But yeah, you're right. I always envision it, as you're just everybody pulling on a rope. And every time we knock 6 or 7 people off the rope, the rest of us are tugging a lot harder. So yeah, it is. When I first started, all property was assessed at 30% across the board. Everybody was uniform and equal and assessed at 30%. And then it got so far out of whack because we weren't really valuing residential properties every year. We were doing commercial personal property every year, but not commercial real estate. And there were these effective rates out there that were all over the board. So it really wasn't 30%, it was only 30% on the books. And so I think it was Homer Jarko from Wyandotte, or Sedgwick County, as a representative, first did, wasn't it? He called it differential assessment, and that became later classification. And I can tell you back then, the computers used to do those green and white paper things, and they would run printouts for us every day. What if it was, residential at 8% and commercial at 25%? And then we would get this stack of this green and white barred paper, and you'd see legislators holding them up, and you hope that you represented a county that was early in the alphabet, because then you didn't have to get the whole thing done. And so the Wyandotte people, they just started at the back and went the other way. But everybody was looking at their district in their county, and it's not the same. I mean, this is not an out-of-date example, but at the time, we did have a county. My former boss represented a county in the east. I'm straight here. And they had a little town that had a tax base of next to nothing. I mean, one mill generated $1,100, so that tells you what their tax base was. Then he would compare it to another legislator's district who the 87% of their tax base was paid by people who don't live in the county. Well, they love the property tax in that place. They build hospitals with it, schools with it. I mean, because only 13 cents out of every dollar came from somebody who lived in that city. They weren't so crazy about the numbers over that raised 1,100. So there was never going to be an answer where everybody was okay. I think at the time we had a budget director by the name of James Bibb, and he gave the example of, we're looking at averages here, trying to make it okay. And he said, so if I have 1 foot in a bucket of boiling water and the other foot in a bucket of ice cubes, my average temperature might be okay, but I'm uncomfortable as hell. So that's how it is. And I think that's why I'm saying I told Senator Tyson when we first met, I can fix it. But if you all voted for fixing it, none of you get reelected, because we have to go back to everybody tugging on the rope. The exemptions have to be looked at. The assessment rates need to be the same, and that's never going to happen. So now the question is, these are the facts that we have. This is our Constitution. How do we make it better? Because I don't think you can fix it, but you can make it better. And you can make it more professional. And really, that's where you need it. That's the end goal, is this concept. I mean, I had a case the other day where the person who valued my client's property had been in the county working for 23 years, had 0 designations as an appraiser. And she chased the sale price and raised the value, by well over 100% in a single year. That just can't happen. And that would not, that same person could not value that property if my owner called them and said, hey, I need an appraisal. They don't have the credentials to do that. And that's really where we are. It's really a matter of, we've created a system. Don't get me wrong, like the Douglas County appraiser, he's an MAI. So we got some that are highly designated, but we have many who have only the designation from PVD, that Registered Mass Appraiser designation. And I lived through that too. The legislature wanted to make them certified appraisers, answerable to the Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board. And the county appraisers testified no, they did not want to be designated or licensed. And the reason was they didn't want any place for somebody to be able to file a complaint against them and have their license pulled. That's it. That was their, even though, that's like, I mean, I'm an attorney, you could file a complaint against me, I could lose my license. But, so you practice in a manner in which that doesn't happen. And that's the way appraisers do. They're answerable, if they have a designation from the Appraisal Institute, they don't want to lose it. So they practice their appraisal business in an ethical and competent manner, and so that doesn't happen. And I think that's the way it should be with the counties as well. It's just time to raise the bar.
Mayor Francisco.
Just to thank you for that answer and for also mentioning James Bibb. I spent many years turning in reports to him.
Isn't he? Yeah, he was great. He scared me when I was working here, but he was great. He was a smart guy.
Representative Aircamp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question on that. So the states that appraise every 2 years or 3 years or whatever, there's the big jump. Does anybody take, let's say, a 2-year appraisal, and rather than every 2 years it jumps the full amount, does anybody take that jump and average it? Let's say half of that jump happens the next year, and then the second half happens the second year, just to smooth the curve, if you will.
I don't think so, but I'll inquire. There's a lot of states that have a lot of rules about who gets reappraised. In like Pennsylvania, it's not everybody. They'll pick a segment and do that, and so it's kind of everybody's a little bit different. But I don't know about the easing in thing. It might be a good idea. I just know that, your phone rings every year as a legislator when the valuations come out and when the tax bills come out, right? That's when people start calling, because my tax bill just came out, and I'm not calling anybody, but, but my neighbors have asked me about what to do. And so my thought was, if you make it, at least your constituents would be happy for 3 years. And on the third year, they might be mad at you again, but then they'll be happy again for another 3 years. And so it's kind of I think Missouri actually did theirs so that they're every 2 years, and they do it on the off year of elections. So somebody was thinking.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and maybe the tax bill comes out before the election instead of 10 days after. But on these 25 districts in the 3 years, are those rotating, I assume? So they're not all reappraising on the exact same 3-year periods? You follow me?
I guess
To
in
even
my
out the
mind, I
flow?
was envisioning doing, dividing it into groups so that there would be some district getting reappraised every year for the 3 years. And that way, it would facilitate private contractor firms coming in and being the appraiser for that district. And they could then go to the next district, and then it could at least, open the opportunity for that. On the other hand, if you want to wait, it's just, you might think about fewer districts, so you could at least open up to some of these firms that do appraisals. Because there are companies that do mass appraisal. I mean, they're out there. And they're licensed and designated and all that stuff.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
I appreciate it.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I thought there was something in the statutes right now where you do mass appraisal, but you have to look at the property once every 4 years or something. Am I not remembering?
I think it's
6
6.
years?
It's 6, but that's also different. They're not looking at your property. Well, they may look at it, but they're not going in. We used to, I also lived through that. They used to go in your house, and they'd ask to see your jewelry, and, all kinds of, that was bad. So we don't do that anymore. We don't go in, we do drive-bys. But for the bigger commercial properties, they should be calling these people and saying, I'd like to come out and inspect the property. I need to hear from you whether I have you classified as Class A. If you've got functional utility obsolescence or something, maybe you need to be a B, but they need to go in.
So they're not going by the commercial properties at all?
They go by.
Okay.
But it's kind of a drive, and then they have, really pretty sophisticated mapping and aerial stuff, but, um, we built a house last year, and actually the county appraiser, it sent an employee out and asked me what I paid for it, and also, it was like I moved in, and we weren't even unpacked. And one of the questions was, have I made any improvements to the property since I moved in? I was like, I haven't even found the dishes, dude. I mean, come on, this is no. So they do sometimes on the new construction will come by, but on commercial buildings, they know the building plans, they get filed with, that may not be how it looks when it's done, but that's what they got filed. And then they drive by regularly, they look at commercial properties as a whole, like even every other year or every year in the bigger counties. They'll do market studies and that kind of stuff, but it's not as detailed as if you're doing a single one.
So you actually, do you mind, Madam Chair? So you actually want a fee simple, or a fee appraisal done on each property every 3 years? That would be the additional level of work.
I would recommend mass appraisal to appraise, and then on appeals, require them to come in with a fee appraisal. In other words, to recognize that mass appraisal is the beginning but not the end. And I do think I think some of the, this is something I would study. Some of the more complex properties, you may want to consider expanding what you did with those, and requiring somebody to come in and offer a fee appraisal for that. And because we are seeing some more complex properties. See, you told me, this is what she tells me. You can talk, but we're going to eat after you're done talking. And I said, well, no pressure. Everybody's sitting there, if their stomachs are growling, is it time to eat?
But that tells you how interested we are with all our questions. I would say a couple of things you've touched on. One is Kansas has in statute a district appraisal that can be formed. It doesn't have to be a county appraiser. But for some reason, nobody has ever taken advantage of that. So
No.
maybe we need to definitely take a look at some of the ideas that you've suggested today.
Yeah, and we have county appraisers that have multiple counties.
Yes.
But they don't act as a district, which I don't understand either.
I don't either. But any other questions, committee? Seeing none. Linda, I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, I did put my email on here, and, I answer questions all the time. If you want to email me about anything,
She
just
does,
do it.
and almost any day of the week.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
that's the advantage of email and texting and social media. You're just worked every day, all the time.
Well, thank you for your expertise and for your
Oh, I did bring this
input.
article if anybody's interested in reading. The tenant is not the property, which explains exactly what I was trying to talk about with the branding. It's at the Appraisal Journal. It's written by Jim Amrine, Stephen Roach, and Leslie Sellers, who are all three appraisers are like national heroes in terms of the quality. They're really good. Excellent. Okay. I said I'm probably violating copyrights or something, but I made a copy.
That will not be part of your official
Okay.
testimony. So
Yeah.
that will just be for the committee's distribution.
It's a good article.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Have a
Committee-
nice lunch.
Thank you. Committee lunch is available. It was provided by the Kansas Chamber of Commerce today. I think it's out here already. We are running a little behind, so if we could come back at 12:15, that'll give us 10 minutes to get lunch and get started again. Thank you. Going to go ahead and get started. We do have a conferee that's online. Curtis, thank you for joining us today, and I apologize for being late, and thank you for your patience.
No worries. Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it. So
Well,
my name's
welcome.
Curtis Shelton. Thank you. My name's Curtis Shelton with the Oklahoma Council of Public Affairs. Senator Tyson asked me today to come talk to you all about Oklahoma's property tax structure and how we've done a few things to keep our property taxes relatively low. Our effective rate is usually in the 30s when we rank it across the country, and our tax burden itself, per capita tax burden, is usually in the 40s. And we've been able to maintain that for a number of years through a variety of restrictions. Most of our restrictions actually come through our Constitution. I would not advise that because anytime you need to make changes in our state, it becomes very difficult because it has to become a vote of the people, a state question. But regardless, I'll get into some of these restrictions that we have. I'll start with valuation limits. I believe that's something that you all have been talking through. In 1996, Oklahoma established a 5% cap on valuations. Valuation increases year to year. We changed that in 2012 to 3% just for homestead properties and agricultural land. So homestead is essentially what you think of as a primary residence. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. And on top of that valuation limit, we also have an assessment ratio, and that ratio is between 11 and 13.5% for all property. So a lot of people look to Texas as a high property tax state. They tax things at full market value, whereas Oklahoma, we're taxing that as a fraction of that, which is why our homestead exemption, which is an exemption available to all people who own a home in Oklahoma, is actually only $1,000, whereas in Texas it's $100,000. But our tax bill is actually much, much lower because of that assessment ratio. We have a few other exemptions. We have a double homestead exemption as well for low income Oklahomans. That's $30,000 in annual income or less. We also have a valuation freeze for seniors. So you qualify for that by being 65 and up, and there's an income test. And that test depends on what county you live in, but you have to be below the median income for that county as established by the HUD. So for Oklahoma City, Oklahoma County, that's $99,000. The state average, I believe, is around $87,000. So it's relatively high. And that freezes your valuations once you apply for that. It does have to be applied for as long as you stay in that property. And I should add the valuation caps only apply for someone who's staying in the property. Once you've made a sale and you move, that valuation then resets once a new appraisal comes in, and then the caps start from there as well. We also have a disabled veterans exemption as well. So for 100% disabled veterans, they are fully exempt from paying property taxes. And if there's a death of that member, that transfers to their spouse as long as that spouse does not remarry. So a number of exemptions for our valuations and a number of limits as well. The appraisal method, I believe it was mentioned earlier, the speaker before me talked about mass appraisal. That's the method that most appraisals use in our state. We do mass appraisal. They are required to appraise properties every single year with that method. And every 4 years, a physical examination of the property is required. For most residential properties, it's my understanding that that physical examination is usually just driving by and examining if there's been any improvements, additions to the house. It's more of a square footage assessment. I think it gets more complicated, obviously, with rural areas with farms and ranches and things like that. And in terms of how, if the land's been improved, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on trying to identify soil quality and things of that nature, but I know that goes into that as well. I'll get into some of the agricultural valuations because that is a little bit different compared to your traditional homestead or residential properties. So agricultural land is still subject to that 3% cap that began in 2012, but instead of being taxed at the fair cash value using those 11 to 13% ratios, it's actually taxed on just its use value, which lowers the tax bill substantially for agricultural land. I can't find anything to sort of give me a statewide average of that, but I have noticed that Ohio has a similar law, and it traditionally lowers that tax bill by about 75%, or the taxable value by about 75%. So again, it's a huge, huge reduction in the tax bill that I know farmers and ranchers are obviously very concerned about, and that includes a 3% cap on that. So they have the reduction in valuation from the use value as well as the 3% cap on increases in that valuation as long as they hold that property. It becomes a little bit more complicated again for agriculturals because any improvements to the property do reset that valuation. And obviously you're going to be seeing a lot more of that with people who are actually making money off of their property and trying to find new ways to become more profitable by improving their property. The actual tangible property is assessed a little bit differently. On that sheet you may have, I put 10%. It's technically a range between 10 and 15%. Most counties, it's my understanding, are on the low end of that for your equipment and machinery on the property. That's just for tangible personal property, and tangible property and livestock are all fully tax exempt as well. So that's the major valuation limits we have here in our state. We also have a number of millage or rate limits as well. Almost all of that is constitutionally set. And I think I put 15 mils as the allowable. It's technically 19. There's a 4 mil that's allowed by the county without a vote of the people. But every other mill that's assessed, even if it's for something very specific like emergency services or for a library, has to have a vote of the people to become established. It's my understanding that most counties at this point have maxed out what's allowed through the Constitution, through these various random levies we have for all sorts of things, which is why our average mills are around 90 to 110 for. And it again depends on what school district you're in, what county you're in. We have no statewide property tax of any kind. It's all 100% assessed at the local level, whether it's city, county, or school district. And then the new votes, the prominent discussions you're going to hear in the state about property taxes are going to be derived from our bond elections. We have, those are temporary increases in your tax rates based off of whatever project, primarily the school district. Almost all of our property taxes, over 2/3 of the revenue is going to school districts in one fashion or another. So that's primarily what those votes are about. Traditionally, those votes have kind of been rubber stamped for a very, very long time. It's only the last few years, as we've seen valuations increase. I mean, I'm sure obviously Kansas is feeling it as well as Oklahoma across the country. As valuations have skyrocketed, you're seeing a lot more pushback on these bond elections, which I think is generally a good thing for people to be paying attention to that. But I think that's kind of all I had to run through as far as our structure. Happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you, Curtis. I know when you compare Oklahoma to Kansas, you're considerably less in property taxes. So we've been looking at you for a few years to see what you're up to. Committee, any questions for Curtis? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I certainly appreciate you providing testimony for us today. I had a couple questions on the information that you gave to us. I missed the very first part of your presentation, so if you covered it, I apologize. But on what we were provided, it says only 15 mills may be levied without a vote of the people, and just above that, it indicates that in Oklahoma, it's typically 90 to 110 mills. So am I to read this that the mill rate above 15 we'll just go with the 90, which would be 75 mills, was voted on by the citizens of Oklahoma or of the taxing district?
Yes, that's correct. So it's my understanding that most of those are one-time votes for very specific things. So we have, for instance, there's a 2.5 mil that's allowed under our Constitution for emergency services. And once that vote's established, it creates that levy until voters decide to take it away. Again, most of these levies are for various school items. So the 15 mil that isn't required to be voted on is for schools, but there's also an additional 15 mils for, it's more complicated than I think it needs to be. I wouldn't try to copy this aspect of how we tax things because it's so siloed that certain money can only be used for certain things. But most of these mills are voted on, and most of those mills are then used for very specific school district funding priorities.
You also wrote that the annual valuation growth is capped, and I think I heard you say, and this is as long as it's the same ownership, did you say it's capped at 3%?
Correct, for homestead property. So your traditional residential property that is where your domicile that is 3%. It's 5% for other property, so commercial property or potentially rental property as well.
And then if a property has really significantly increased in value, but it's only grown at 3% because the same owner, if it is sold, does it then jump up to the higher valuation?
Correct, it does, yes.
And then my final question, Madam Chairman, is you had, in one of your bullet points, said that several exemptions are available that reduces or frees a homeowner's taxable valuation. So does it freeze the valuation, but yet a mill levy can still change, which means taxes could go up?
Correct, yes. So the senior freeze is just for the assessed value, but if a millage rate, if a bond issue passes, they could see an increase in property taxes, yes.
And I said one, that was my final. I did have one that's not even mentioned on here. Am my understanding correct that a disabled veteran does not pay property taxes in Oklahoma?
Correct. It's 100% disabled veteran is fully exempt from property taxes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
And I would, it's my understanding that in Oklahoma, in 2012, it went to a 3% valuation on the homestead, residential, and agriculture. Everything else stayed at 5% at that value limit. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Any other questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Curtis.
Thank you.
Next committee is Dave Trobert. Welcome back to the Tax Committee. Thank you for being so patient.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. If you give me a second, I'm not a technical person, but I got to plug this all in. Here we are. Perfect. Okay. Thank you again, Madam Chair, Vice Chairman Smith, members of the committee. I'm Dave Trobert, CEO of Kansas Policy Institute. Pleased to be here today to share some research with you on a simulation of what if a 3% assessed value limit had been in place over the last 20 years, and then what if it went into effect in 2027, and what would happen over the following 10 years. Before I get to that, though, I want to give us all a reminder of why we're here, why you're getting so many phone calls about property tax issues. 75%, this is from our public opinion poll that we did in September, 75% of Kansans said, yes, they want a limit on assessed valuations. And we were clear that is not on the appraised value, that would stay as is, but on the taxable portion of the assessed. 82% want a limit of some sort on basically the mill increase above revenue neutral, how much of a revenue increase a city or a county could take in without some form of voter input, whether that's a direct vote to approve or a protest petition. There's a number of ways it could be done, but Kansans really want. This is one of these 80-20 issues, literally. They want to have a say on how much the total tax increase goes up. So what's driving it? Well, over the last 3 years, the average tax increase on residential property is over 30%. That's the average. You can't imagine what it's like to get a 60 or 70%. That's in dozens of counties. Since 1997, residential property tax collections are up 365%. Inflation was 85%. And so we've seen, as a result of that, we've seen the share of the tax burden borne by residential property go from 39% to 55% now. And we, partly as a result of that, we have the highest effective property tax rate in the nation on commercial property in rural areas. The fourth highest on residential. That's according to the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy. This is a picture of where the money has gone. So as you can see, we've had a small population increase, 85% increase in inflation, but a 207% increase in the taxes that have gone to education. That's not only K-12, that includes community colleges, anything that the state classifies as an educational entity. The taxes for other local units of government is up 253% over that time period. Now, I think we've all been hearing a lot. In fact, there was an audit report came out about unfunded mandates, and there's a lot of counties are saying the reason that taxes are going up so much is that we have all these unfunded mandates. Well, guess what? You do too. The Constitution requires the legislature to provide a wide variety of services, and nobody sends you money. You have the ability to generate it, and how much you choose to spend is really what's driving that. Local governments have the same thing. It really comes down to how much they choose to spend providing each of these services, and the disparity across similar-sized counties is remarkable, and I'm going to show you that. So just to put this in perspective, it works at the state level too. Kansas spends over $5,400 per resident on out-of-state funds, so we don't count the federal funds. $5,400 per resident, whereas that is 56% more than the states without an income tax. They average about $3,400 per resident. Now, what do we have that they don't have? They all have education and transportation and social services. It really comes down to how much you spend is what drives how much you need to tax. So this is an example. This is, I looked at the 26 counties in Kansas with less than 3,000 population. So you would think they would have very similar services. There's maybe some difference in economies of scale, but they're small counties. What you see, and this is for the 2025 budget, the lowest amount per resident was Edwards County at about $2,500. The median, $3,700. Greeley County spent almost $10,000 per person. 25 budget. And then you look at some of the breakouts like employee benefits. I didn't count Greeley here. By the way, this is another issue of we don't really have a uniform method of reporting spending at the municipal level because nobody said anything when Greeley County reported $3,200 per resident in benefits and about $6,000 on what they called everything else. Everybody else is breaking it out. So not counting that, it still ranged from $179 per resident for employee benefits in Wichita County to $890 in Clark. Sheriffs are sheriffs. $97 per resident in Stanton, $809 in Kiowa County. And these tend not to be outliers. They are just all over the map. Even the appraiser, $47 to $160 per resident. It's across everything. They're all providing, theoretically, the same service. Some of them are just spending a heck of a lot more to provide that service. So this gets now to the meat of the simulations I did. And even on the screen here, the numbers are kind of small. This is table 1 in your written testimony that you have in front of you. This is looking back at the actual amount of appraised value for ag land, residential, and commercial industrial property for 2005 through 2024. And next to it, you can see the rate of change. This is all from Department of Revenue. Table 2 assumes that the 3% limit on increases in assessed valuation went into effect in 2005. And so you can see how the values changed, and you can see, like, for example, you look at the first column, there were a number of years of double-digit increases for ag land under the assessed limit. It would only go up 3%. And as a result, over that last 20 years, ag land's value, assessed value for taxable purposes would have been 32% less. Residential property and commercial industrial property is about 20% less. So now table 3 is, what did that translate into in dollars? This is the actual amount in millions paid in property tax by these 3 categories. Over that 20-year period, the average effective property tax rate increased by 0.43%. And effective tax rate is different from the mill. It's like a mill, but it's higher. Like ag has a pretty high effective tax rate. It's because a lot of the ag land is in western Kansas where the mills are higher. And so the effective tax rate will vary from one category to another. So in the simulation, I allowed taxes to grow 5 times as fast. The average increase is 2.15%, and this would have saved ag land about $1.3 billion over 20 years. Commercial and residential would have each saved about $1.7 billion. That's real money. Well, there's just the numbers. I got ahead of myself. Oh, and by the way, while we allowed the tax rate to rise 5 times as fast, even with the lower valuations, that still delivered an average annual increase of property taxes of 4%. And that's very close to what it actually was. It's remarkably similar. Now, of course, we can only speculate what will happen with mill rates if we put something in or if it had been put in. But what you're looking at here is the comparison of the actual effective mill rate on ag land of 137 in 2024. With the increase in mills that I allowed in my simulation, it would go to 180. With residential, 123 to almost 181. Now think about how local officials have explained property taxes over the years. It was referenced by a previous conferee. If they didn't raise the mill rate, that meant they didn't raise your taxes. We all know we were writing bigger checks, but that's what they were saying. So it really, do you think, has to be part of the deliberation, is it realistic that it would be more than 50 or 60 mills over 20 years with that background when it's already delivering a 4% increase? So looking ahead to go into the future, I assumed a 6% annual increase on residential, which is what it has been, at least last year and this year, and 5% on commercial and industrial. Ag is different. It has that 8-year average of an 8-year average. So this is the picture. The blue line shows the actual rate of change. That's what you saw in Table 1, the annual change. And so it's like a roller coaster. So in 2014, ag land went up 17.5%. The next year it went up 16% and then 14%. So it was still increasing, but at a smaller rate of increase. And so for the simulation, I tried to be conservative and be a little bit, try to replicate that roller coaster. So the increases, there are increases and some decreases, but not as great of a magnitude as what actually occurred in the past. So this is what that would look like with those assumptions on assessed values and no changes, no change in the assessed limit wouldn't be in place. And it assumes that mill rates could rise over time, similar to what they have been rising. Table 7 shows you what would happen with the 3% in limitation and the mill rate assumption. It would allow it to rise 20% over 10 years. And again, still delivering a 4% property tax increase. So there's a reasonable amount of tax increase for local governments to operate off. In this scenario, ag saves $777 million. Residential would save about $3.2 billion. Commercial industrial is $151 million. Not much of a difference, but all three save. And so now last year in the session there was some debate over, well, maybe we should, instead of an assessment limit, we should just do basically a mill limit, limit the revenue. I want to show you why that doesn't work for a lot of people. This is Seward County, so we assume there was a $250,000 home value in 2023, and that it went up 15% in 2024. So, and we applied the actual mill rates charged, and so the mill rate went down, but that homeowner still got a 13% property tax increase. If you had limited the assessed value to 3%, or rather with the 4% limit, it's still a 3% because they lowered the mill rate. Seward County that year didn't raise property tax that much. So the mill rate would be the same. They'd still get the 13%, but with the assessed value limit, it would have only been a 1.2% increase. Now, this doesn't account for, they would have changed, maybe charged a different rate, a little bit higher rate. If it had been in place, we don't know that. But this is just to show you the remarkable difference between a revenue limit and an assessment limit. Ideally, you probably want to do both because it's impossible to really calculate what that would be for both because there's too many assumptions you'd have to make. But there is a remarkable difference between the two. Here's a different example in Leavenworth County. Now, Leavenworth County is just the opposite of Seward County, where Seward County had like a 1% increase on average. Leavenworth County was in the double digits. Okay, so there you would see that the revenue limit would have helped because they raised taxes so much. And it would have, so it would have gone, instead of a 15% increase, it would be 6.8. With the valuation limit, it would be a 2.5% increase. These examples will change depending upon what action all the taxing authorities took. And by the way, you can see the assumptions I made for where the home is. There's a few more counties here. You can see that technically there is a way that the assessed value limit could result in a lower tax bill. Now, there's a caveat to that. The Johnson County and Sedgwick County both had sizable increases in valuation, but not as much as Finney and Riley. They had much higher increases in overall assessed value. And so the limit would really require the mill, this based on the mill they charged, there would have been a tiny decrease in the taxes paid on that same home in those counties. It may have been wiped out if they chose to charge a higher mill, but that is just to show you a few more examples and how the different effect is on each one of those options. The last thing I want to leave you with is when I saw that someone from Oklahoma was testifying, I pulled these numbers, and again, this is from the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy. So a rural home with $300,000 value, and the way that Lincoln does it, by the way, they choose the county seat in a county with somewhere between over 10,000 population that's not part of some other metropolitan area. So they do that for every state. So it's Iola is the rural area they use for Kansas. And this is taxes payable in 2024, a little bit over 2% effective tax rate, 5th highest in the nation. Oklahoma is less than a 1% tax rate. That homeowner would have paid $2,800 versus $6,100 in Kansas. Same home. And they are the 31st highest. So you don't want to be number one in this. That indicates highest. Commercial, Kansas is the highest in the nation. Look at that difference. $45,000 and change in property tax on the same business in Oklahoma that pays $12,000. It is just a remarkable difference, and it's especially interesting that they've had assessment limits in place for so long. The tax rankings aren't quite as bad on urban property in Kansas, but urban commercial is still the 11th highest versus the 33rd highest. The only place that we're a little bit better than Oklahoma is on the urban home valued at $300,000, and it's relatively close. But this is part of the reason that we're losing businesses in Kansas. The property tax, you heard testimony in September about the difference in property tax between Hutchinson and Wichita, and how business owners it's not the only reason, but it was kind of the last straw that said they have to close. It's why people are literally being taxed out of their homes in Kansas. And so with that, Madam Chair, I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave, for the information. Committee, any questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm wondering why you would think that a 3% cap should apply to our agricultural taxes in the same way it applies to residential if we have that rolling average. In looking at your Table 7, you see that although it can't go up more than 3%, it can go down 5%, 3%, 4%. So is that rolling average ever accounted for in the end, or are you just simply saying, we're putting a cap on this, but not going to look at what happens based on price of goods or wheat,
those
corn?
prices, Senator, would be in part of the use value. So that is being taken into consideration when it's going up and down on that roller coaster over the time. That is taken into account.
But if, when it's down at the bottom of the roller coaster, you're reducing the amount of tax. When it goes then up the roller coaster, that's the only time the cap would be effective, right?
Well, it's the only time the cap will be effective on any class of property is when it goes up more than 3%. Same with an individual home, a business. The 3% limit only applies if your appraised value goes up more than that.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think we'd need to look a little more into that use value for agriculture as part of considering this for that classification.
Any other questions? Senator Klump.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dave. You had mentioned that you're recommending this go in tandem with some rules or some oversight for local. And I wouldn't mind you expanding on that a little bit, your opinion on that. And then also, I'll have you expand on that first. Yeah, thank you.
So it's really, I think, essential that we do both at the same time, because if you put yourself in the position of a local official, you know that 3% limit is coming on assessed value increases. You will see mill rates rise a lot faster in anticipation of that. And probably even when the assessment goes into place. And so to protect the homeowner, or any property owner for that matter, you want to have basically a mill limit above revenue neutral. It's the same thing as a revenue limit. So you don't have mills just going crazy, and then you know who they're going to blame? All of you. You really need, and again, they still get, say, a 4% increase in property tax. It's not like you're starving anybody. They're still getting a 4% increase, and that's what historically is what it has been.
To follow up on that, thank you, Madam Chair. So I was trying to follow the good senator on her logic around kind of the 8-year that we had talked about. In your analysis, you left that in, and it just kept the cap at 3%, and you left the current formula in place. Is that a fair assessment?
That's right.
Yeah, so I didn't know if that was clear.
No,
what you're asking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And just to be clear, I know the ag use value is a little complicated. It is an 8-year with a 2-year delay, so it actually covers a 16-year period. But yes. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for the data. So committee, we are going to take a break. We're actually almost on schedule. We will take is 15 minutes too long or 10, 15? Okay. So how about we resume at 1:10? We're going to go ahead and get started again. And while everybody's taking their seats, I just want a quick general reminder that I'm getting a lot of questions about the exemption on watercraft and ATVs and trailers and all that good stuff. That takes effect January 1st, 2026, so you can let your constituents know. They will have a 2025 bill, but in 2026, they will no longer be paying that property tax. I think there was some confusion over how that was implemented, but thank you. So welcome back. Our next presentation is from Eddie. Eddie has been very busy researching stuff for us. So thank you, Eddie, and please proceed.
After that, there's going to be a memo on why that comes from a sister agency of ours in the state of Wyoming on an issue brief of the state taxation of electricity generation. And then the third presentation I have is the 8.5 by 14 sheet. And then there is one additional sheet of just follow-up information that the chair requested we distribute. I'm not actually presenting anything specific on it. So I'm going to start with the residential property tax relief programs, and I am presenting this. This is material that was entirely pulled together by the Department of Revenue's Policy and Research Division. And so it's got their name down in the footer, and they certainly put together all of this data, but they put it together based upon some conversations that I was having with them about these programs back in the late summer timeframe, and so that's why it's got that September 5th date. As I was preparing for this presentation, I started to put together a slide deck of my own, and I couldn't really decide on anything that I liked. And I ultimately decided that everything that I wanted to tell you about and everything that the chair had asked me to talk about as it related to these programs was already packed right in here into this Department of Revenue material. And so I decided it would be better to just walk through it as opposed to me putting together something wholly new. And so we'll spend a lot of our time here on this first page because it talks through what the three different programs are and their relative parameters and provisions. And so that jumps right out ahead of what I was going to mention is that Kansas has three separate programs that are each specifically oriented towards residential property tax relief, and they have different kind of target constituencies and accordingly different benefit structures and different calculations and different eligibility parameters and things like that. They also have different histories. The homestead program, which is the first column here, that actually dates all the way back to the 1970s. I believe Kansas was the 6th state to enact a kind of income-based so-called circuit breaker property tax relief program in 1970 when we enacted it. The Safe Senior Program, which is the second one, that's almost 20 years old now. Basically about 20 years ago, the legislature said, while we have this one program in place, we want to create a different program that is more narrowly tailored in terms of who its beneficiaries will be, but accordingly is a larger benefit for those beneficiaries. And so that's what that program does in generalities. I'll talk through the specifics in a moment. And then the final program that is labeled Homestead SVR, I usually refer to it as a tax freeze style program. I believe when it was enacted by the legislature in 2022, I referred to it as a base year comparison type of program. That's one that you've done more legislating upon in recent years, and so you all might have greater familiarity with it because it was just enacted in 2022, and it was amended most recently last year during the session. And so So I'll talk through kind of what the differences of those programs are. We'll start with the homestead program. And I guess I should clarify before I do that each of these programs has an eligibility criteria that is income-based and then an additional eligibility criteria. Usually that, in most cases, that is age-based, but there are a couple of exceptions to that. And then based upon what that income level is, that might impact the benefit. But it also might be the case that the benefit determination is entirely unrelated to the income level. So the homestead program, the amount of the refund is based upon a sliding scale where where the taxpayer's income level relative to the limit that is in place that year determines what percent of their property taxes paid or a proxy therefore they receive as a benefit. And the proxy therefore does a lot of work in that phrase because the amount of actual property taxes paid under the homestead program is in most cases immaterial because of the fact that there is a maximum refund level of $700. And so if you're the lowest income taxpayer in this category, you might be eligible in theory for 100% of your property taxes to be paid to you back in the form of a refund. However, it's really 100% of that $700. Whatever percent of refund you're able to receive under the sliding scale, you actually receive a percent of your property taxes paid or $700, whichever is greater. In 2025, there are not a lot of residences within the state that have a property tax bill on an annual level less than $700, even for a means-tested refund program. And so the reality is for most of the participants in this program, the $700, the percent of $700 is what they're actually receiving, not the percent of property taxes paid. I did some math on this and I failed to note it in terms of, if you had a $75,000 house at a statewide average mill levy, what the property tax amount would be. I think it's a little lower than that before you get below that $700 level. And that's assuming a statewide average mill levy, which of course is going to vary across the state. The income level for the most recent year for that was just a shade under $44,000 of household income, and household income is a specific statutorily defined term that is unique to this program. It pulls from other places in our tax code to get to that amount, but it does have a specific definition. Perhaps most key as it relates to household income for this program is that it does include 50% of the taxpayer's Social Security benefits that they receive within that income definition. And then the other eligibility requirements, and the first two of these are going to be ones that apply to all of these, are that the person, of course, must be a Kansas resident, and they must be a Kansas homeowner. The third one is one that applies to all of them, but it does apply to the final one in a different way, and that's that the home's appraised value has to be $350,000 or less. And then the other eligibility criteria is that they have to meet one of three options. Either be at or over the age of 55, have a dependent child under the age of 18, or be disabled or blind. And so in order to qualify for this, they have to not only meet the income threshold and then the three kind of universal qualifiers, they then also have to meet one of those other criteria. And we'll talk more on the next page about or in the coming pages, about the specifics of the sliding scale and where those thresholds are. So I'm going to jump from there over to the Safe Senior Program. This one is a much more straightforward program. It is just, if you're eligible for it, 75% of property tax. The actual property tax paid, there's no $700 or any other amount cap associated with that. It does have a lower income threshold. You can see for last year, it was just a shade over $25,000. But then you can see, and that's once again household income, you can see that this captures 100% of Social Security benefits in the income for this. And so it might be the case that someone's income for purposes of the homestead program might be below $25,380, but by the time they calculate their income for the Safe Senior Program, it's above that, and so they would default back over to one of the other two programs. This one, of course, does have the same three kind of universal qualification elements, but unlike the other one, which allowed for 55 or minor children or blind or disabled, this one is specifically directed to senior citizens in excess of the age of equal to or in excess of the age of 65. So it's a higher age threshold and a lower income threshold. And I should clarify, for both of those and also for the last one, these are what the income thresholds are for the current calendar year when taxpayers go to file their taxes for this year next spring. However, the actual amount in each of these cases is a specific amount written into statute that is then indexed, or in the case of the Safe Senior Program, it's actually a specific percent of the federal poverty level. So all of these are indexed amounts that change from year to year. The final program is referred to by the Department of Revenue, because it's the name of the tax form that it's on, as the SVR, or the tax freeze program. And for this one, the benefit amount is calculated differently. It is not linked to income, and it is not a flat fixed amount, but rather it is the difference between the current year's property tax, the tax year for which they're filing the return, and that taxpayer's base year. Now, prospectively, taxpayers' base years are the years in which they first become eligible for the program. But since this is only a program that has a few years of history, the earliest possible year that a taxpayer's base year can be is 2022. Otherwise, in 2022, when we enacted this, we might have kind of resulted in one, a tremendous difficulty for taxpayers who were maybe in their 90s coming up with their tax bills from 30 years prior, but also a potential large unanticipated liability for the state in terms of what that cost would have been right out of the gate. But because of the fact that this is the difference between the current year's tax and the base year's tax, as you can see, this results in the refund amount growing every year for a taxpayer, assuming they continue to be eligible for the program. And the base year does not reset if they happen to pop out of eligibility for 1 year and then return in a future year. And so this is something where in year one, a taxpayer's, if their property tax went up from the previous year $200, then their benefit would be $200. And if the next year it goes up $150 more, then their benefit would be $350, because it's 200 plus 150. And if it goes up $125 the next year, it would climb to $475, and so forth and so on. This one, as you'll see here, it does not have a maximum amount of refund because it's kind of calculated differently. It has a higher income threshold, just a shade over $58,000 for the current year. This is one that has probably a more straightforward definition of household income. It just uses Kansas adjusted gross income, whereas the other two programs use income definitions that were specifically created for their programs, and this one did when it was originally created. Last year's legislative amendment to this program was to say let's stop with the special calculation for this and use a straightforward income definition that is otherwise used in the taxes and should be readily available to taxpayers as they are filling out their tax forms. The one that you landed on using is Kansas adjusted gross income. What that does mean as it relates specifically to these programs and these taxpayers is that Social Security now, as of the 2024 special session, is not included in that income for these taxpayers. This does have the same sort of universally applicable eligibility requirements of Kansas residency and home ownership, and this does have a $350,000 home value requirement. However, it differs from this program relative to the other two, in that for this program, that $350,000 home value requirement only applies to the taxpayer's base year. And so if the year in which a taxpayer is first eligible, their home is valued at $345,000, they're eligible for the program. And then even if it climbs to $355,000 the following year, they continue to be eligible for that program. Kind of once you're in this program, you're in. And the change in your home value beyond that point in time doesn't result in you being kicked out of the program or stopping to receive the benefit, so to speak. Whereas with the first two programs, if a taxpayer receives it in year one because their home is valued at $345,000, and then in year two, their home is now valued at $355,000, they would lose the benefit of those programs by virtue of crossing that threshold. This one, in terms of age or eligibility, you have to meet one of two criteria, either age 65 or older, or a disabled veteran. And so this is one where it is broader than the Safe Senior, but not quite as broadly applicable as the regular homestead program. And I thought I had one other thing to mention as it related to that, but what I was going to mention is during the Oklahoma presentation, the gentleman from Oklahoma mentioned that they have what amounts to an assessment freeze program. This is kind of conceptually similar to that, but rather than an assessment freeze program, what this sort of tax refund program ultimately amounts to is a tax freeze program. Because while the actual tax that a homeowner has to pay would grow from year to year to year, they would get a refund from the state that equally offsets the amount of that growth from year to year to year. And so in essence, once the person becomes a participant in this program, that is the net of their property tax and refund amount going forward. Down below, and so actually that's kind of all of the provisions I was going to talk through. From here, I would probably talk to some of the fiscal information and then kind of some of the quirks that come about in these programs, but this might be a good place to pause for questions if there are any.
It's a great place to pause. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Eddie, they go in the homestead SVR, they go ahead and pay their taxes every year and then get the refund from the state. So if their taxes increase, they go ahead and pay it, right?
I might want to actually glance at the form to try to answer this.
That would be a yes.
Because the reason for that is that taxpayers are allowed to have their refunds under these programs, and I think this extends to the SVR, but yeah, it does, in what is called the Refund Advancement Program, where they, rather than receive a refund and pay the full taxes, you're allowed to receive your refund and have that applied to your following year taxes if you want to kind of steady the ship, so to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Amelia, did you want to add to that?
Just for clarification, the valuation, assessment, and tax statement process is the same for these properties as all other properties. There's no change in that. It's whether they qualify for the refund and whether they get the refund directly to them or whether it's sent to the county treasurer for an advance payment.
Yeah, it's just a question of the routing of the money, but the taxpayer can arrange it to have the state pay directly to the county treasurer the refund amount such that the actual out-of-pocket they pay on a year-to-year basis stays flat.
And the application dates are somewhat, we do have an issue. The reason we're looking at this committee is to try to clean up the processes on these. It's very convoluted. I spoke with Representative Chairman Smith. We're anxious and excited to smooth this out and make it simpler for our taxpayers and for the Department of Revenue. Would you also address when the applications, maybe you could get back to us later when the applications are due?
Well, in each case for these programs, April 15th is the kind of absolute date for when these are due. So while other tax provisions, you can file extensions, I don't believe our tax code allows for extensions to be filed specific to these refund claims. And so in each case, that April 15th deadline, it is the deadline. And so that it is important, if your constituents reach out to you in the spring, get them on the ball quickly as it relates to filling out these forms. That's actually the reason that I included the forms here. I don't have any intention of presenting anything specific from the forms unless something specific comes up that's a question. But I did think it would probably be beneficial for you all to have these forms in your hands, as this is the sort of thing that is very easy, at least for me, to imagine what a constituent might reach out to you about. But so it's really just that you've got the background information when you get those inevitable constituent questions.
Thank you, Eddie. Representative Long and then Representative Turner.
So just a quick follow-up, Eddie. I'm still on the SVR. If an applicant is thrown out for 1 year because of income requirements, then they can, but it changes again whether they're under the 58 for the next year. Does that change their base year? Does it start over at a different year?
I'm going to glance at Amelia as I answer this, but my recollection is that we have that written in such a way that the base year does not reset in cases like that.
So it would just make them ineligible for that 1 year.
Right, that's my recollection.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to follow up on the earlier conversation, this is a program that a lot of folks don't know exists, and I had a constituent that didn't learn of it until it was past April 15th. That's a fairly short window, and in talking to our representative and that's been there for a while. It sounds like that was kind of pushed when they were looking back in 2016, 17 to be a smaller window just to cut down on the ability to file claims, which seems counter to exactly what our objectives are for this program. So I had actually filed a bill to say it should be a longer time window. I mean, on your regular taxes, if you realize you've omitted something, then you can go back and amend those. But this, you're right, the door closes and you're done. So I would say if we rework it, let's think about elongating that opportunity for folks that qualify for this to actually be able to benefit from it. And I have another thought. Did you want to say something?
No, I was just going to say not if, when we rework it. Continue, or Representative Chairman. Representative Turner, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the second thing, you know, as you look across these, and a topic we've talked about is this $350,000, which kind of provides an uneven benefit. I mean, the chairman of House Tax lives as close to the Colorado border as I live to the Missouri border. 350 covers every house in his district. It may, I don't think it covers any in mine. It may cover a few, but hardly any. So it just seems that if there was some way to level set that threshold rather than it be a fixed amount so that it provides somewhat of an even benefit for folks despite where they live in the state. That's my second point, but thank you.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was actually pointing at Senator, or at Representative, but I do have a question. On the base year qualification, it's not, is it the year they first qualify? In other words, if a person turns 65, but their income is above, that would not be the base year, or it is because they did turn 65? Or is it the year their actually income is less than the maximum income?
I believe they have to actually qualify in order for that to be their base year. So if a taxpayer is 65 but their income exceeds the threshold, that isn't their base year. If the next year they are 66 but their income is now below whatever the threshold for that is, that becomes their base year. I don't believe they reach back to 65 as their base year.
So hypothetically, a person could be 70, 75 before their base year starts.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, just in a rare instance where I cannot agree more with Representative Turner, so let's get this on the record. It is an economic reality about the home prices in Johnson County. So I mean, according to Zillow, just to get this on the record, the average home price in Johnson County is $440,000 or $440,789, and median is $522. So it's just, you know, and it's not like there's any major volatile market. It is just steadily and slowly increasing. So it's not like we're seeing some weird spike that is out of the norm. It's just an upward trend. And so I think you'll have a couple of allies, at least in the House, if it comes to any sort of, you know, regulation when it comes to that.
Any other questions? Representative Smith.
Thanks, Eddie. And I don't know if you've prepared this, but one of the things I'm trying to simplify is the application process and how these claims are handled. Because right now I think we've got one that goes through the treasurer's office, one that goes through the clerk's office. Well, but when they come in to make the applications, I mean, my wife's the county treasurer. She processes a lot of these things. I'm just trying to maintain some consistency on how these things are actually applied. And that might be something I just work on during session when we get the actual bill.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I am not well prepared to speak to what the differing local office responsibilities as it might be for these programs are. I had kind of prepared it more from the taxpayer's perspective than that, so.
Well, and yeah, ultimately, I want the taxpayer to understand which office, if they're going into the courthouse, if they've got questions or they need help on applications, kind of have a one-stop shop so they know where to go for any one of these programs.
That's a good question, Representative. And if we can, my objective, at least, hopefully we can do it next year, is to combine the application so that it's one application, so that it makes it easier for taxpayers. They don't have to know which one they qualify for. They just fill in the information, and then the department can handle it. But that is a good question. Where do they go locally? We do need to maybe figure that out. But I do have a question, and this gets really confusing. When you're helping people fill out the form, it asks for the amount of property tax paid on the, maybe all the forms. And they'll put down what was on their property tax bill from the year, but you come to find out it's supposed to be 6 months of one year and 6 months of another year. And I know, but that's how revenue's treating it. So we need to clarify that. Maybe in the directions for revenue or the directions on the form, I don't know. If you could look into that, Eddie, you don't have to answer that now. I do know that's been a problem.
Yeah, well, I happened to glance at the forms as we were talking about this. If you want to pull up your forms and look at this as we talk about it, I think the relevant line for each of these is down in the refund section. On the K40H, which is the traditional homestead, it is line 12. On the PT, which is the safe senior, it is line 11. And on the SVR, which is the tax freeze, it is line 11. And you can see in there that it does use different language, at least on those lines. The homestead and the SVR refer to 2024 general property taxes paid, whereas the Safe Senior Program refers to general property taxes paid timely in 2024. And so that might be, I think that probably is the issue you're referring to, and whether or not that is form language or where we would need to modify statute to kind of resolve that issue, I think is something that Amelia looks like can speak to right now.
Thank you, Amelia.
Madam Chair. Okay, so yes, this does get a little complex, but stay with me here. So looking at the front page of Eddie's chart, or the Department of Revenue's summary, the two columns that read homestead, so the original homestead, the K40H, and then the new kind of property tax freeze program, the SVR. I believe the language of the statutes are based on the property, or a particular tax year's property tax. So like tax year 2024, those property taxes. So you would look at the tax statement for that particular tax year for the information that's needed. The middle column there, the Safe Senior Program, statutorily, it is not, it's supplemental to the homestead program, but it's actually, when you look at the language, it's an income tax credit. And because it's an income tax credit, when you read the language of that statute, it's the property taxes paid during during the tax year, which is really referencing the income tax year. So depending on how you pay your taxes, if you're paying in halves, yes, you could, and you're looking at your calendar tax year, you could have a half property tax payment in the spring, also have a half in December, and that would be, two halves but that has to do with the Safe Senior Program, not the other two programs. I think that may be where we are with that.
So maybe another variable to look at for consistency. But, okay, wonderful. Any other questions, committee? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for this not being a question, but I have helped some constituents with this, and I will note that the Department of Revenue, they own a duplex and rent out half of it. So when I was filling out the forms, I said, your taxes are your half of the duplex. And the Department of Revenue sent back and said, you filled this out wrong. Here's what record we have for the taxes you paid on this property, and gave her a refund. And then we sent a letter to the Department of Revenue, and it still hasn't been straightened out. So I just wanted to bring that up because.
So
I thought the state should know.
Thank you, Senator. I would suggest you call Bob McClellan. He will fix it right away. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Eddie.
All right, still on the first page, the bottom half of this is kind of the fiscal information associated with these programs and also the number of taxpayers impacted by them. But before I jumped into it very far, when I was discussing with the Department of Revenue to make sure they were fine with me just using their documents as my program, as my presentation, I did agree to clarify very, very expressly that the 2024 data on this sheet is not complete. It is the data that they had into their computer system as of September 1, 2025. Even though these forms have to be filed by April, it does take kind of the balance of the calendar year for them to do the full processing of all of those, all tax returns and forms into their computer system that makes them kind of usable for policy-making purposes. So I just want to make sure to emphasize that clarification. Those numbers in 24 especially will change prospectively. But as you can see, the in tax year 2020 and 2021, you've got a gray box on the SVR, the tax-free program. That program didn't exist for those tax years. But in each year, you can see that we've got around 70,000 or so total claims being filed pursuant to these programs in aggregate. You can see that that we had been down around 22 to 24 million dollars in claims paid out in 2021, 23, and then that climbed to about 27.5 next year. We do anticipate that by the time everything gets inputted into the system this year, that there will be another climb again into 2024 and prospectively because of the nature of the tax freeze program. But one thing that might be especially interesting is that one of the results of the structure of the two programs, specifically the homestead program and the tax freeze programs, and with that capped amount within the homestead program, is that when the tax freeze program came online, right out of the gate, it was beneficial for plenty of taxpayers, if they were over 65 years old, to jump straight from the traditional homestead program onto the tax freeze program. And so you can see that the homestead program had been up there in the 64,000, 59,000 range in 20 and 22, and it dropped to 51,000 and then 46,000. And that drop is likely to continue as more taxpayers kind of have a bigger benefit out of the tax freeze program as opposed to the traditional homestead program. Because that is something that I hope I said right at the outset, is that while we have these three programs, an important limitation to all of them is that any taxpayer can only benefit from one of these programs. You can't file a tax freeze and a safe senior and a homestead. You can't even file two of them, only one program. They're necessarily exclusive of each other. And so pivoting over from there to the next 2 pages are tables that detail, and actually maybe even the next 3 pages, are tables that detail the amount of traditional homestead program refunds by income range. And in each case, it goes through the sliding scale and what the percent is, and then the kind of the amount of claims pursuant to that range and percent, and then the total amount of refunds pursuant to it, the average amount of refund. And so that's kind of the information that is available to you for each of these 5 years. But I do want to draw attention to something specific for you, and that is that the vast majority, well, actually not a majority of the total applicants, but by far the largest single bracket of the income range is that bottom one that receives a 5%. While the program's eligibility threshold increases with inflation each year, the ranges within the sliding scale do not increase with inflation each year, only the upper bound. And so while you have a sliding scale that is, I say sliding scale, in reality it's a stair step thing. Every year what actually happens is that the last step on the set of stairs gets larger. And so in 2020, which I believe is the last year, which is here, the 5% refund ranged from 26,000 to probably somewhere in the upper 30,000s, and then probably in 21 it was right around 40, and then maybe 41, 42, and now it's, if I remember correctly from my very first page, most recently it was almost 44,000. Only the upper bound changes. None of the other intermediary steps throughout it change, and accordingly, by far the most claimants are in that last category, getting a refund somewhere in the $34 to $35 range. That's just kind of a reality of that program. For the, as you might imagine, the Safe Senior Program is, I believe in basically all cases, a better option, or in almost all cases, a better option for most of these taxpayers that are at the very lowest income level of this. However, because of the differing other eligibility requirements, that is what brings taxpayers in that income level into the homestead program. And so people who are between the age of 55 and 65, or people who have a dependent minor child, are the people who are in the really lower income ranges here that are still availing themselves of the traditional homestead program as opposed to the Safe Senior Program. That's just the other note that I had to mention as it relates to these tables. And then on the, I believe it would be the fifth page total for you, the one that actually has the colorful line graphs, that is actually basically just a graphical representation of that kind of distribution quirk that I just mentioned. You can see how many claims are actually in each of these income categories all the way across, and then you can see that by far more claims fall into that 5% category than any of the other categories. And then the bottom of that shows how many. It kind of lumps them together to make it a bit more demonstrative.
Eddie, I'm going to go back old school. Would you describe your X and Y axis?
On the bar graphs?
Thank you.
So the X-axis is the percent on the sliding scale from the previous pages. And so the lowest income participants in the homestead program receive 100% of whichever is lower of $700 of the property tax. And so that's that first category. And then as the income increases going right on the horizontal axis, the percent of that amount that the taxpayer receives as a benefit decreases each year. The vertical axis is the number of claims within each of those kind of cohorts. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Representative Sawyer.
I just want to point out, not only anybody making over 26,000 are they capped at 5%, but the refund is capped at 700 that is taken time. So that means the maximum they can get is $35, 5% of. So every year, more and more people keep getting pushed into that. So that program, each year until we make a change, is just becoming less and less useful to people.
Yeah, for the 17,000 people who are participants at that 5% level with a $700 cap, it's basically a $35 a year program for those individuals.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any idea of kind of what percentage of folks are eligible for this versus how many are actually taking advantage of it? You know, you mentioned with SVR that it's based on a tax form line, so it would be easy to look at that line and say, wait a minute, we got all these folks, yet many are not taking advantage. I'm just curious.
So it wouldn't actually, there's a limit there in that if you don't avail yourself of the benefit, you don't fill out any of those specific forms, the K40H, the K40PT, the K40SVR. And without filling those forms out, it's impossible for the state to know whether you meet the other eligibility criteria like home ownership and primary resident and well, I guess year-round resident we would still be able to know. But the home ownership and the home valuation is not reported anywhere else on the K40 form.
Yeah, I agree you don't know those other two, but you know they're at least in the ballpark, and it would be something to make them aware of this program to say, if your home value is this, or because you're saying that on this particular one that's using a tax form, KAGI, the Kansas Adjusted Gross. So we could see that their Kansas Adjusted Gross is in the ballpark, and therefore give them some kind of a heads up that following these other criteria, you may qualify. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah, that is certainly true. I don't know off the top of my head if any of the softwares that do taxes have that sort of breadcrumb approach to it. I know that for certain other tax provisions, the one that I personally happen to use does have that, where it's if my return has other characteristics of taxpayers that are likely to benefit from some other tax program, it makes sure to call to my attention, hey, have you considered filling out the relevant lines for this program, that sort of thing. I don't know if any of them have that built in for this sort of program, though. Okay, the next two pages are refund information for the Safe Senior Program. And so you can see one of the kind of interesting things about this, that, or at least I found it to be interesting, is that the income level here within this program seems to have no bearing on the refund amount. You might expect that the lowest income senior citizens also would have lower value homes and accordingly would have a lower property tax amount, which would lead to a lower refund amount. However, if you look at the average refund data here, that just doesn't seem to bear itself out. The refund range tends to be relatively uniform across the entire income for this program. Now, all of that being said, this entire program is geared towards people who are relatively low income. So you're kind of you're low income before you even get in the door, so to speak, within this program. Is there a big difference between being in that $5,000 to $7,500 range as opposed to $7,500 versus $10,000 range? I don't know, but I just found that interesting as I was looking at this. That the average refunds here I expected to be more correlated to the income level, and it appears to me that they are certainly not jointly correlated, and they might even be opposite correlation than what I would have expected there. So that is just the only note that I had here. Other than that, this shows you the amount of claims within each of those income ranges, and accordingly the average refund amount for them. And then the second page has kind of a multi-year table that shows the number of claims per refund range. Okay, and then the very last sheet here is kind of the same sort of data, but for the tax freeze program. And so there's fewer years worth of information for it, but you can see that for this one, there are very few taxpayers that are participating at that lower income level, and that's because most of those taxpayers are eligible for the Safe Senior Program, which at least for the first several years is going to be a bigger benefit for them than the tax freeze program would be. But then eventually they might get to a point where the tax freeze program would be a bigger benefit. It likely would take a number of years for most taxpayers for the margin between their base year and their current year to exceed 75% of their property tax, but it certainly could happen over a lengthy period of time. And you can see here the kind of average refund for this, and this shows that in 2022, the average refund pursuant to the tax freeze program was $225. Then it did climb to $415 in 23, and then the early processing amount of the 24 is $465. What that in essence means is that the taxes increased from 21 to 22 by $225, and then an additional $180 to 23. The early processing would show a $50 increase going into 24. Now, as you probably all experienced yourselves and probably heard from your constituents, there were really, relatively speaking, large tax increases, 22 over 21 and 23 over 22. But then I think most of the state had a smaller tax increase from 24 over 23 than did the two previous years. And so it is likely that the growth in that average refund will not be as substantial in 24 once it is fully processed as it was in 22 and 23. However, I do anticipate that it probably will be a little bit larger than $50, just because I do think most residential tax bills probably went up by more than $50 from 23 to 24, even among the cohort that would be the limited cohort that would be participants in this program. And the other thing that you can kind of see as you look at this is that more or less the upper two income ranges of this program are the people that kind of came online pursuant to this program that never would have been participants in a residential property tax relief program previously, because of the fact that it has a higher income level than the traditional homestead. And so whereas the point that Representative Turner made earlier was that a lot of people may not know about these programs, that is specifically the cohort that is probably most impacted by this phenomenon of not knowing about these programs. The 65 and older taxpayers who have incomes below the traditional homestead program probably know about them because the homestead program has existed since 1970. If they don't know about it now, I don't know that there's a lot the state can do for a a 55-year program to get it more well advertised. But this is a very new program, and it pulls in a new cohort of taxpayers that are in that, $42,000 to $58,000 range of household income. And so that's where the state probably has the most bang for its buck in terms of getting the word out, so to speak, as it relates to this program. And that is all that I had on on these slides. I would stand for whatever questions are remaining.
Thank you, Eddie, and thank you for putting this information together. I think it's really helpful to see this breakdown. Any questions? Thank you. So next up is Eddie.
Now for something completely different. You have, as I mentioned at the outset, you have in front of you a document from the Wyoming Legislative Service Office, kind of a sister agency of ours. Wyoming's organized a little bit differently, so this is kind of a sister agency of ours, of LAS's, of the revisers, and of LPA. They have everything rolled into a single office in Wyoming. Last year, they spent basically much of their legislative interim working on a large project related to the state taxation of electricity generation. And this, what I have here in front of you today is a 4-page excerpt of their 104-page issue brief. And so I'm just going to guess right now that one of the chair's questions will be, can you please provide the entire document? So I'll email that out to the committee after the meeting. But it would have been probably a little cumbersome for me to drop 100 pages in front of you and then only speak from 4 of them. But back at the September meeting, we heard from Nebraska regarding their nameplate capacity tax for certain renewable energy generation equipment. And that tax was an annual kind of fixed excise tax in lieu of personal property tax for the relevant properties. And at that point in time, we discussed possibly hearing about approaches taken by other states, and Wyoming was specifically mentioned. And so that's what the purpose of this overview is. So the first thing I want to note before we get into any of the details of Wyoming is that in Wyoming, unlike Nebraska, this is not a tax in lieu of a property tax. They still have their regular ad valorem property tax that would apply to the generating properties that would yield the electricity that would be subject to this tax. And so that's kind of a key difference between Wyoming and Nebraska as it relates to our legislature's consideration of these issues. The other thing I would note as it relates to that, though, is that Wyoming does have generally lower assessment ratios for this type of property than does Kansas, especially in relation to their other classes of property. In Wyoming, residential and what they describe as commercial property is assessed at 9.5%, and in what they describe as industrial property, which also captures what we would describe as public utility property, is assessed at 11.5%. And so those two classes are a lot closer together in Wyoming than they are in Kansas. They also do tend to have generally lower millage rates than we do in Kansas. And so accordingly, their effective property tax on properties like this is lower, meaningfully lower than what we would have in Kansas. Just as a general rule, Wyoming is less reliant on property taxes than Kansas is. Wyoming has a somewhat similar history to Kansas in terms of school finance litigation. One of the outcomes in Wyoming is that a greater share of their school finance system is financed by non-property tax sources. That's kind of how that has shook out there in Wyoming. However, while this property would generally be subject to the property tax in Wyoming, I do want to note that they do have an IRB exemption that is somewhat similar to our IRB exemption, except it could be used for this type of property in Wyoming. And so some of it might be exempt from property taxation pursuant to that IRB exemption. And another thing that I want to note as it relates to Wyoming is that the tax in Wyoming, it applies to electricity generated by wind resources and generated by nuclear resources. It does not apply to any other types of generating facilities, including it does not apply to solar, which is a difference between Wyoming and Nebraska, whereas in Nebraska it applied to both wind and solar on the nameplate capacity basis. I spoke to some legislative staff from Wyoming on this topic, and they said that at the time that these two taxes were created, Wyoming had no solar facilities whatsoever. They do have one now and one more in the permitting process. Apparently, there has been some legislative discussion in Wyoming about possibly extending a similar tax to solar generation, but they haven't made even material headway down that path. There haven't been, it's not like it came right up to the finish line and then didn't get past at the last minute. And then so the other thing that I mentioned, it applies to nuclear power and, well, I'll circle back down to that in a little bit, I guess. So now we'll get into the Wyoming tax itself. While the Nebraska tax is a fixed annual tax, the amount of tax that a facility pays in year one is identical to what it pays in year two and year three and year four and year five. Wyoming's is not a capacity tax. It's a tax on the actual generation of electricity. And so on the solar side, on the wind side of things, if a facility produces 5% more electricity in year two than it did in year one, they would pay 5% more tax in year two than they would in year one. However, it is still a volumetric tax and not a gross receipts tax. So volumetric is probably not scientifically speaking the right word there, but it is based upon the amount of electricity produced. Electricity is not produced in volume. But it's based upon the amount produced, not the amount of money or receipts associated with that electricity production. So it's a milliwatt hours tax, not a dollar's worth of electricity tax. So I'm going to actually start with the nuclear tax in Wyoming, just because it's a little newer and it's a bit more straightforward to mention. The nuclear tax is $5 per megawatt hour of generation, but it does not apply to what are defined in Wyoming statutes as advanced nuclear reactors, and they have a specific statutory definition within their utility sections, statutory sections about that. Beginning in 2035, however, it will apply to even those, quote, advanced nuclear reactors unless they source at least 80% of their uranium used in production from domestic facilities. And so that's kind of the key as it relates to that. In speaking to Wyoming legislative staff, at the time of the enactment of the nuclear tax, Wyoming had no nuclear facilities in the entire state. However, they had one under consideration, and this tax was kind of specifically drafted to kind of steer the direction of that project, is maybe how I would say, because that facility is currently under construction and it is in line to qualify for that statutory definition of advanced nuclear reactor. So Wyoming currently receives no revenue at all pursuant to the nuclear tax, and they anticipate receiving no revenue at all pursuant to the nuclear tax. However, in 10 years, if that generating facility does not source at least 80% of its uranium domestically, then they would no longer remain exempt and they would come onto the tax rolls as it relates to this generation tax. In speaking with Wyoming staff, that is apparently no sure thing. I personally do not know a lot about the domestic uranium markets and what the supply of that is, but according to their staff who have worked on this issue, those are in development in America right now, and it is possible that by 2035 there will be sufficient supply from that to make it such that the Wyoming facility could acquire sufficient domestic uranium, but it's apparently no guarantee. And not only that, it might have some specific market effects for their nuclear electric production if they have to pay a premium for that domestically produced uranium, even if they just have to pay it specifically to exceed the 80% threshold so as to avoid the tax. It might be a tax that possibly has a relatively direct but unintended consequence there. And so pivoting from there over to wind. The wind tax in Wyoming is a little bit more straightforward. It doesn't have quite as much complexity. In terms of the application of the tax, it's a little bit less straightforward in the sense that it is actually being collected in Wyoming. The wind tax is $1 per megawatt hour produced, so 20% of what the tax rate on the nuclear side is. It is not charged for the first 3 years that the turbines are in operation producing electricity, unlike the nuclear tax, which does go into effect day one unless an exception applies. Otherwise, there are no exceptions whatsoever from this tax. At this point, the tax on their wind production is between 20 and 25 years old. Wyoming's wind sector has followed somewhat of a similar trajectory as Kansas's over that time. It had a very small wind sector at the time the tax was created, and now does have a larger wind sector. However, in terms of magnitude, it is smaller than Kansas's. And so it's grown at a similar rate over a similar time frame, but at a lower level, just because Wyoming does not have as much wind generation as we do. I did a little bit of calculating, and the nuclear tax, were we to have it in Kansas, would generate somewhere between $40 and $50 million if it were enacted under similar parameters. And I did glance, and without being a nuclear power plant expert, it does not appear to me that Wolf Creek could possibly have complied with Wyoming's definition for advanced nuclear reactor because that was specifically oriented to reactors constructed within the last number of years, and Wolf Creek predates when their statutory provisions provide for. The wind tax in Kansas is a bit more variable, but it appears to me that it would be somewhere in the $20 to $25 million per year range if we had an identical tax in Kansas. Just so you know, Wyoming's tax generated $8.4 million last year in Wyoming on the wind side, and obviously $0 on the nuclear side. Wyoming splits the revenues of this tax 60-40, 60 of it going back to the counties, 40 of it to the state, 40% of it to the state general fund. And when I say to the counties, it goes specifically to the county where that turbine is located. And so Wyoming, as I imagine is the case, possibly is the case in Kansas, has some wind farms that straddle county lines. If they have a turbine on one side in County A and a turbine from the same farm in County B, it is literally which turbine produces the electricity that county gets the revenue from it, gets the 60% from that particular turbine. In my conversations with Wyoming staff, they noted that to the extent of their knowledge, Minnesota is the only other state in America with a production tax comparable to Wyoming's. However, they noted that Minnesota's tax is a bit more complicated, has some offsets and things like that can reduce the tax liability under certain circumstances, and is generally more complex in its administration. I looked up Minnesota's data on this, and it appeared to me that their tax, which is on both wind and solar, generated about $18.1 million in 2024. And the one other thing that I'm going to mention before I stand for questions that will hopefully be somewhat limited, since I'm not much of an expert on Wyoming taxes, is that they did offer some advice, and it was somewhat similar to the advice that we received from Nebraska. They clarified that while a $1 per megawatt hour is incredibly efficient from a tax administration perspective, in many cases, they would advise that it is a very economically inefficient tax and can be potentially distortionary. And what they meant by that is that the value of a megawatt hour per electricity today is not necessarily the same as what a value of a megawatt hour of electricity was 20 to 25 years ago when they initially enacted their tax. And so accordingly, they would recommend that if a state wanted to go down the road of a production tax, that it do so based upon the gross receipts from the electricity produced, as opposed to simply the megawatt hours produced. They think that while that would definitely add some administrative burden, both to the department that is administering the tax at the state level and also for the taxpayer, the reality is just that it would be much less economically distortionary, because you would have a consistent kind of value of tax in year one as you do in year 20, and the tax wouldn't direct the shaping of your energy policy in the same way that it otherwise might if you had it fixed to the production amount in terms of electricity. And so with that, I would stand for whatever questions you may have. Oh, I guess I should probably clarify that the attachment, the second 2 pages on this, they're paginated as pages 21 and 22. That is kind of a full description of all of the Wyoming taxes that might apply to the energy sector. They did clarify that they don't have a corporate income tax. And so in cases of corporately owned wind farms, were it not for this wind production tax, there would be no tax other than the ad valorem tax that is paid by those entities.
Eddie, and you may have to get back to us on this, but do these wind turbines and solar pay income tax in Kansas? Most of the energy is being shipped out of the state.
I certainly don't know of any tax policy that would exclude them
Okay.
from paying income tax. And we don't have any carve-outs from that in our income tax code. So if they have a taxable income, they would apply that, assuming they're multi-state entities that are doing it, they would apply the same sort of apportionment formula that other similarly structured entities would do.
Okay, thank you. Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Eddie. Very good testimony. Can you just clarify what you said there at the end about taxing, not the advice from the other states? They recommended not taxing the production, but the sale of nuclear energy?
Well, the advice that the conferee from Nebraska gave us 2 months ago was that since they do nameplate capacity tax, the value of the economic importance of a however many megawatts facility 20 years ago, and perhaps the dollar value of that facility 20 years ago is not necessarily the same as the dollar value today. And so accordingly, the value of the tax relative to the value of that facility, it's a different equation then than it was today. Sometimes that might be to the benefit of the taxpayer, and sometimes it might be against the taxpayer.
The value of the facility.
Right, since the tax in Nebraska is based upon the facility, they gave that advice. In Wyoming, they gave the advice that the value of that electricity that was produced 20 years ago may not be the same as the value of the electricity today.
Right, so, okay.
So in both cases, they recommended taxing as a fraction of kind of dollars as opposed to as a fraction of electricity.
Right, and so given that, if I'm a rich billionaire guy and I'm going to build a data center in Kansas and I build my own small modular nuclear reactor to supply my own data center, what would be our best tax approach for that? Because I'm not really selling the electricity, I'm giving it to myself or giving it to my own data center business. What are your thoughts on that? Maybe I've stumped you a little bit. I don't know.
What I'm trying to do. So our office doesn't actually. We would say that's a question for the policymakers. The best way to do it. I'm trying to think if there is a way to couch that question in the advice that was given to this committee by Nebraska or Wyoming. And off the top of my head, I'm not sure how I would phrase that. So
maybe something to think about.
So maybe we make that a research question as to how other states are looking at or possibly handling a data. I don't know that you could tax that. That doesn't make, I just can't imagine that they are trying to. But good question. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Eddie. So
All right,
we'll move on to the third presentation.
All right, the last one is in more Kansas information, so I'm going to be a bit more comfortable with this one. And this is actually a follow-up on something from our September meeting. At that point in time, the Property Valuation Division had supplied some information regarding exempt property, the parcel counts associated with it, the assessed value, assuming a commercial assessment ratio, and the amount of tax, assuming kind of a uniform tax levy. And as we were working our way through that, and prior to that, we had identified that data did not include the data from a number of the larger counties within the state. Within a day and a half of that meeting, Bob went back and talked to his data people and got the updated information to me, and I had other things on my plate. And so I just now, for this meeting, got around to updating that information to capture the information from those counties, and there's a handful of other data cleanup items that are kind of in here. And so unlike last time where I believe there were 6 counties, 5 of which were maybe the 5 largest counties in the state missing from the data, this time this data does capture all exempt property throughout the entire state. Some of the categories that are up at the top are ones that come from PVD. Some of them are ones where in order to try to make it a bit more readable and a bit more simple for you, I've lumped things together, especially and specifically the exempt all other not elsewhere classified category. That's entirely my work. But you can see the grand total there. You can see that in total for the state, and this is on the 3rd page, this total, there are 70,600 parcels of real estate in the state of Kansas that are exempt from property taxation pursuant to any one of the many property tax exemptions that I walked through at that September meeting. The next 3 pages of information are if you convert the appraised value of that exempt property, because even with exempt real estate, we do get an appraisal each year performed by the county appraiser. If you assume that it is commercial property, so you apply the commercial assessment ratio to it, obviously that's not going to quite universally be the case, but it is definitely going to be the case more often than not. Even when you think of this building, were it not exempt, this would likely be commercial property in nature. You can see that there is about $15.1 billion of exempt assessed value throughout the state, assuming that 25% assessment ratio. And then the final table assumes a uniform statewide mill levy of 127 and change. It's the actual statewide average levy for last year, and it applies it to that assessed value, and you can see that that generates that there is about $1.9 billion in property taxes that are being exempt pursuant to these exemptions. And of course, $1.9 billion in property taxes being exempt, in essence, means that that's 1.5 billion in property taxes that have been essentially shifted to other property taxpayers because of the way that property taxes in Kansas are largely calculated. I guess 107 of those 127, or 105 of those 127 billion mills would be on that sort of tax shifting basis, whereas the 20 mills and the 1.5 mills, of course, those are fixed mill levies and wouldn't necessarily just result in shifting across taxpayers. So this is really just a data update to let you know that it now does include counties like Johnson and Sedgwick and Shawnee, which were missing from the first time around. And I do think the formatting is probably also a little bit better, maybe a little bit easier for you to read and review under this version of it. So I would stand for questions on that, but I did not have any prepared comments. I would just be repeating myself from September were I to do so.
So thank you, Eddie, and thank you, Bob, for providing the information. Before we see dollar signs and ideas of what to do with that money to capture it, just a general reminder to the committee that many of these are exempt because of our state constitution. Yes, and so I just want you to be aware of that. We did have that in that first presentation from September. But out of these properties, Eddie, approximately how many have to file with BOTA for the exemption each year? Do you know? And if you don't, just get back to us on that.
Okay, yeah, I'll go through to try to work my way through which ones have to file. But pursuant to your comment about some of these exempt pursuant to the state constitution, or if they're not specific to the Constitution, they're cases where it would be, the state paying tax to itself, or a county paying tax to itself, or a city or a school district or whatever. More than a quarter of that $1.9 billion is in educational facilities, many of which are going to be either the facilities of our state universities or our 285 school districts. The federal government is $135 million of that. We probably are wholly unable to compel them to pay that property tax, even if we really wanted to. The state is another 66 million, and you can see that on the bottom line on the last page. So a lot of this, even if it isn't necessarily written into the Constitution, it is avoiding just governments passing money back and forth across each other.
Thank you. And however, even with that, I would ask the committee to look at their counties and other counties for the property tax exemption projects that are going on locally. Go ahead, Eddie.
Oh, yeah, I was going to mention, in terms of the ones that are maybe not as constitutionally protected, the first two columns, and I did try to organize this, I guess now I am going to have a few comments on it. I did try to organize this in a way to make it a bit more user-friendly for you. The first two columns are those ones that are discretionary at the county level. So that's the EDX exemption and the IRB exemption, where the county or a city has to specifically authorize the exemption. The next four are ones that are explicitly governmental in nature. The next three are ones that in many cases are likely to be governmental in nature, but not necessarily. The next three after that are ones that are likely not governmental, but are kind of charitable or benevolent or religious organized. And then the last three are kind of whatever was left once I had worked my way through those previous categories.
Thank you, Eddie. And that does, if I'm looking at this right, which page? It gives the total, we're looking at a few $1 billion that have been exempted because of local projects. Is that correct?
The total tax assumed because of those local discretionary ones is right around 300 million here.
300 million
Yep.
in taxes?
In taxes.
I'm
Yeah,
looking at valuation.
The value that is exempted, it does look like it would be, close to 2.3 billion. Mhm.
Okay, but something to consider. Any other questions, committee? Thank you, Eddie. Thank you for all your homework. Committee, I did ask Eddie to hand out an updated sheet. I refer to this quite often, is the valuation increases over the years. So it's an updated sheet if you want to look at those also. Committee, we can continue on the agenda or take a quick break. What's your preference? Continue. Okay, we'll continue. The last item is discussion and recommendations for the committee. Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, pleasure to be on the committee here. I really learned a lot today. I was really struck by Ms. Terrell's testimony today and all the suggestions and ideas that she had, and I was specifically kind of zeroing in on her fourth problem area there, and I would really like to find out what it would take to research the risk, the benefits, and the costs of passing legislation that we do reappraisals every 3 years instead of every year, maybe creating some appraisal districts like she recommended, whether it's 20 or 25 or whatever that number is. And then third, what it would, again, the risk benefits of using contractors instead of civil servants to do some of that work.
Committee, is there any objection to providing that information in the report? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and add that. Any other suggestions or recommendations? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was pleased to be able to be a part of the committee today, and I was aware that you were interested in having a single application for property tax. That makes sense, but what I heard from the descriptions is there might be other things that we want to work on in addition to just having a single application. And I'm also a little bit confused about if the numbers were pretty close between the benefits, would we want to have the department determine if somebody chooses to make this current tax year their base year for the essentially property tax freeze? Or, how would we handle that? So I believe that it would be important for the tax committees to look at these property tax programs in general, in addition to looking to have a single application.
Thank you, Senator. That was brought up the last meeting, and that is our objective. We know that we would like to combine these into one program. That's not feasible at this point because of the fiscal responsibility, or fiscal impact that it would have. But we do know that we can at least combine it into one application and start the process for discussing the parameters and merging into one program. Representative Sawyer.
Yeah, Representative Turner pointed out, the deadline used to be years ago was October 15th for the homestead program. We got to look again. I don't think go clear to October, but extending that past April 15th, give people more time.
Okay, thank you. We'll put that down as a recommendation to look at the deadline for the filing and maybe certain circumstances that might allow an extension past. Yep. Representative Turner.
And the other thing, while we're on that topic, is the home value. I don't know what we can do about trying to bring parity across the state, but I'm looking at things, but I'm just throwing that out for the record.
Thank you, Representative. That's been looked at and we'll continue to look at it. Maybe some kind of growth like we do with the income, but we'll put that down as a recommendation unless anybody has an objection. Seeing none.
I don't-
Representative Sawyer.
Yeah, I don't have an objection. I'd say what we could do, maybe look, instead of a cap on the value of the home, just a cap on the maximum refund. That way, I mean, if that's the concern. I mean, that may be another way, and not have a cap on the value. It's a possibility.
Okay, thank you, Representative Sawyer. We'll put that down as a suggestion. That's a good idea. It might get us where we need to be without, yeah. Any other suggestions? Representative Turner.
Just following up on that, I'm not sure how that would work, but I'm curious. But I think the problem is that the door's closed, so then it's not a matter of capping the refund. They're not even eligible to get any refund because the value of the home is at the wrong level. But I've got another point I just wanted to.
Yeah. Well, no, we just changed it. Instead of all these programs, we have that cap at the value of the house, is keep the costs down. But maybe we take a different approach. Instead of capping the value of the home, that where you can apply is just cap the maximum refund. That helps keep that. So I'm saying use a different way to cap it rather than the value of the home. That way, because around the state, the values are so different.
Definitely worth looking at. Thank you. Representative Smith.
Yeah, I was just going to add a little bit to this conversation because part of what I've been looking at, we finally got rid of the Social Security cliff, but we have a lot of other places in our tax code that there is a cliff. There's a hard line number that once you earn $1 more, or if your home's $1 more in value, you completely lose eligibility. So kind of what I've been tossing around, I haven't got the bill drafted yet as we've been talking about this, but make it a graduated scale. So maybe that threshold is $350,000, but if your home is $400,000, you don't completely lose eligibility, but maybe you lose like 10 or 20% of the value of that refund. It's kind of an eased into, I don't know if you want to call it a graduated scale or what, but that's kind of the concept that I'm trying to use to cover your situation you talk about in Johnson County, where the home values, if we put that at the average home value for Johnson County, every single household in Wallace County would qualify. So just because of the discrepancy across the state, but I think that might be a way to approach it. I have no idea what that's going to do to the fiscal note, but I imagine it's not going to be pleasant to look at, but it gives us a starting point, and that's a way to kind of eliminate that cliff that we would have in policy with a hard threshold number that people completely lose their eligibility just by being $1 above or below the qualifying.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and add that to the recommendations if there's no objection. Representative Turner.
Moving to another subject, Senator Bowser threw out the whole 3-year rotating appraisal thing, which I think is worth looking at. Also, the licensed appraisers, given the constituents' experience with an unlicensed one and how that went, I think that's a good idea. Also, the advocate/ombudsman, I think it's already there. And then the interest rate, I noticed the differential between what we pay and what we charge is fairly dramatic, but I think it was mentioned to bring in those two into somewhat of an alignment, so. And I do have
Oh,
one.
do you have another one, please?
I do. And I had mentioned this in our hearing, and that's the hardship caused on folks when they get this appraisal, especially on a business property, that you have to pay that higher level of tax. And it takes, as we saw in some of their additional provided information, it's 580 days ballpark. It's a long time, and you have to pay that tax, and it's a lot of money out of pocket, which is great if you're wealthy, as we heard one of the conferees say. And I understand that you need the county wants the higher revenue, but it seems like maybe some halfway. Maybe you pay half that higher tax. That way, both still have some skin in the game. I, as the taxpayer, want things resolved because I want my half back. The county wants it resolved because they want their other half. But right now, the taxpayer is out the full amount, and it doesn't seem to be causing anybody to want to move forward because they've got their money. But another thought.
Definitely, we'll put that down to take a look at that. And on the, are there any other suggestions? or recommendations. Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I agree that the committee, or many of the committee members are interested in the ombudsman, so I would suggest we include our Appropriations and Ways and Means Committee looking at the budget to include that expense.
Thank you. It's a good recommendation. I would also include in our recommendations that we encourage revenue to reach out to or BOTA, one of the law schools, that we can promote that advocacy and start that effort also. So that it's not just the taxpayer advocate, it's also the students can help with that effort. And Eddie, I know I'm going to bring it up, but I am going to ask for the flow chart again. I know. I just asked for a simple flow chart, and I know they're working on it so that people can quickly see the appeals process and the process. So, yes. Yeah. Any other recommendations? Representative Turner, you're always welcome, and we love the debate.
I'll probably hit the
Yes.
firewall on, but, you know, one thing that we discussed in one of the meetings, and I appreciated that you put it on the agenda to hear the internal audit related to vehicle sales tax. You know, I was the one that requested that audit, and I wasn't sure where we wanted to go with that, but, you know, just for awareness sake, I mean, 12% of the state's sales taxes is collected through vehicle sales transactions. The audit of, you know, the dealers largely collect that tax for the state, and there hadn't been an audit done on it since 2003. And that 2003 audit showed a number of things in terms of problems with those dealers remitting the tax. So I thought it was a good time to refresh that. In addition, that 2003 audit showed that a good number of private sales of vehicles were being underreported. I believe half were dramatically underreported, and therefore the state wasn't getting any tax revenue off of those. It was hard to contrast that to the new audit because they blended dealer sales along with private sales, and we really couldn't see the difference. And understandably, now a lot of them are selling for over, well, of course, because they're dealer sales. But the good thing out of all of that was we did make a change in the law. So in Kansas, and this is beneficial to your constituents as well. But in Kansas, you know, it used to be that if you traded in a car at the same time that you bought a car, then you could pay tax only on the net difference between those two values. But if you bought the car and then sold your car yourself to someone else, then you didn't get to net out that transaction. And now you can. So in other words, if you go and buy a new car and then you sell your old car plus or minus 90 days of buying the new one, then you can file to get a refund from the Department of Revenue for the tax that in that difference. So that saved some constituents of mine a considerable amount of money, and it's out there. And I think a lot of the challenge is, of course, to make people aware of it, because they're probably buying cars and leaving money on the table. So anyway, just wanted to share that and say thank you for hearing that audit. So thank you.
You're welcome. Committee, any other recommendations? I've got a few if, no? One is I would like the legislature to take, or it would be the tax committees, to review the fee structure for property tax exemptions, how that's currently working and if there are any changes that need to be made to it. And I would add sales tax exemptions to that also. There's not a process for filing that, but Representative Sawyer?
Think there is any fee structure or anything for sales tax exemptions.
Right, I understand that. I'm saying the possibility of a fee structure for sales tax exemption. We can never repeal those. So maybe we should take a different look at it. Yeah, yeah. Anything else? Senator Francisco.
This is not something that I know if the committee has discussed previously, I know not today, but have had some issues with some of my constituents who have a business and people use the sales tax exemption form. I think there's something like 17 or 18 different forms. So maybe while we're looking at the property tax or the homestead tax, making it one form, is there any way to look at the statutes and reduce the number of different kinds of an exemption certificate that someone has to have? Because that makes it very difficult. In this case, it was a sign business, for them to know which of those 16 or 17 different sales tax exemptions. But
Are there any objections to including that? Seeing none. Eddie, are you okay with that? Okay, great. Okay. I think I'll add to it also, I know one of the things that Linda talked about in her testimony was mass appraisals are starting point, but not the finishing point. And so maybe we need to consider legislation on that. And also her other recommendation on the clarifying the language for, it shouldn't matter whose name's on the building. I know sometimes it does. In fact, sometimes it measures the resident, and that's not part of our appraisal process. It should not matter. So, any other recommendations? Seeing property tax, any recommendations? That's our biggest thing that we hear about. Like I said today, in 3 years, taxpayers have increased over $1 billion in property tax payments. That's staggering to me. Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think for some reason I was thinking we had talked about that in past meetings where we had a recommendation, but if not, I do think continuing conversations around stabilizing increases in property tax, whether that's a cap or some other term we want to use, along with also taking a look at local on how we should address that as well from some of the testimony we heard today, as well as what we've heard previously. There's probably a cohesive coming together of those two topics to have something that's going to be beneficial for taxpayers.
I don't know if there would be objection, but I would suggest that we continue to look at a valuation limit and a revenue limit, or mill levy limit. I don't know which terminology you'd want. Representative Smith.
I guess I'd prefer the revenue limit. I mean, the levy limit, that's what gets us into trouble. Like our school finance right now is a fixed levy. And so as valuations go up, you just get that automatic tax increase. I call it a silent tax increase that we all vote for, and we don't realize sometimes that we're on the 20 mills. Do we tell people that we're raising taxes? No, we usually don't, but we do every time we fix that. So that's why I prefer the revenue limit versus the levy limit. But that's just my personal.
No, that's great. Any objection to that being a revenue limit? Wonderful. So we'll recommend that we look at valuation and revenue limit. And any other recommendations for the 26th session? You guys, this has been very productive. I'm going to bring up wind and solar, probably. But we have looked at that. The nameplate capacity from Nebraska, you know, I'm just looking at doing a consistent, how do we charge energy? How do we tax energy in the state of Kansas, and trying to make it a fair and level playing field? Do you have a better way to state it, anybody, or? Seeing none. Eddie, are you good with, Eddie's really good at tweaking. He can read my mind. There you go. I do think we need to look at that, how it's being handled, especially for the counties that are increasing their burden with some of the weights that are coming on the roads and bridges, and they're seeing an increased burden as a result of this coming in. So we also talked about items in the past. I don't know, I know the House is graciously offered to look at the sales tax distribution equation. Very anxious for that to happen. I think Eddie has that list from previous meetings, so we don't need to go over that unless the committee's comfortable. Okay. Any other suggestions or recommendations? We are, during session, I think we should look at the sales tax limits. That was discussed briefly, but I do think we need to take a good look at that also. Any other recommendations? Tax, I know we've covered so many topics, you guys. I hate to put you on the spot for now or never, but it's kind of where we're at. Eddie, did you, or Amelia, do you guys have anything that, Adam, Eric? I'll just go down the row. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. I'm going to kick myself, I'm sure. We did talk about refundable tax credits, and there was a couple comments today. I don't know if you guys would be comfortable with this. I do like the idea of taxpayer privacy, but when you're receiving substantial amounts of taxpayer money, I think that there should be some public information available. Eddie?
Specific to Apex, after my presentation, I glanced at the Department of Commerce's economic incentive transparency database, and Apex is listed there, and it does specifically list Panasonic as having an Apex agreement. It either is not up to date or not comprehensive in what it's capturing, though. It has a total amount extended to Panasonic, but in term as of FY23, but it doesn't have any sort of actual information since then. So just wanted that for the committee's information.
No, thank you. I'd be curious on the refundable amount, and I'm sure they're going to balk at that being public. So does anybody have an objection to that being a recommendation? Okay. We're going towards more transparency. Senator Francisco.
Would that be a look back or a change going forward in those agreements?
That would be up to the committees and what they decide. So, Representative Aircamp.
Would that also include a report on how much the taxpayers are paying for the salaries of the employees at Panasonic? Because that was part of the Apex bill. So not only the refundable tax credit, but also the amount of the salaries that the taxpayers of Kansas are paying.
Thank you, Representative, for bringing that up. I think it should include that, and it also should include that $1 million bonus and how that was distributed, and any other benefits that were received from taxpayer money. My husband and I were in one state a few years ago, and it literally said on the building, this building was built by taxpayer funded, and it said the program, and it was a private company. And I thought, wow, that's a good idea, because we actually see where the money's going and how it's being used or not used, but that's for another day. But I do want to get to the transparency on these programs. And I know we did talk a little bit about tax credit programs. The Chamber of Commerce that was in Commerce, I'm sorry. But they are working on the credit programs, so I'm sure tax will take a look at that also. Any other recommendations? Representative Turner.
Well, on that topic, we talked about how many of those HPIP credits are looming out there that could be claimed at any time. I think those were captured in earlier meetings, too.
I've been in so many meetings. I don't know if that was tax. I think it was. We did discuss that. There was a start. And the Department of Revenue said that they would have that number to us by the end of December, early January. I'm hoping we'll probably ask for a joint meeting on that presentation. Okay. And yes, so recommendations what should be the recommendation on the tax credits? That we start tracking better? Yeah, okay. I think that everybody can agree that those credits should be tracked more accurately, and that we should get reports on them each year as to how much has been handed out. Any other recommendations, committee? Representative Turner.
Not a recommendation. Just looking over the minutes that Eddie gave us. But we did talk about mineral leasehold valuation and severance tax on minerals. Now, I don't know that anything came of recommendations, but just as you said, once you close it, then you close. So that's it.
No, that's good. That aligns with the, across the fair and equitable. I think we do need to look at that, those topics. How about we give Eddie some leeway when writing the recommendation up, and then he'll send it out to the committee members. If you have any objection, you can let us know. But I do know there were a lot of topics brought up throughout the meetings. I'm trying to, I think we covered most of in fact, we covered all of the items that the committee directive. In fact, yeah, okay. I think we did a really good job, committee, not just presenting the issues, but also presenting possible solutions. I won't say solutions, but Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also heard a presentation from Representative Blake Carpenter about the bill he's considering about the foundation. I don't know that we have a recommendation on that, but it was interesting to hear that concept and to think outside of the box a little bit. I know we discussed it in this committee, so I don't know that we need to make a recommendation, but I just wanted to bring it up.
Thank you. And I would say a recommendation on the Seward County, the assessments, all of the issues that they're running into, that we can continue that discussion. Eddie, did you have something?
I was just going to mention on HCR 5014 at the October meeting, you made a recommendation that the House committee more closely examine that policy provision during the 26th session.
Since it originated in the House, we're definitely going to let them take a look at it. Does anybody have an objection to it's basically the valuation process for those companies that self-report. I think that's kind of where the issue's coming from, that, well, Eddie will draw from it. You'll know.
Earlier, you had said Seward County, which
I did say Seward.
Did you mean the Kingman Pratt counties issue? Okay.
Yes,
All right.
and the Seward County
Okay.
issue.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, they both have, not a result of the same actions, but similar scenarios. There's the valuation drop because of a appeal process. Yes, Representatives.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you guys remember, we had Cunningham, we had a school board member, I can't remember who all came up to testify, but I've been in contact with Representative Schwartberger and committed to having an informational hearing on the issue and house tax, trying to dive into that a little deeper and figure out if there's a way that we can, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to try to get hold of somebody from Northern Gas and see if they're willing to participate in that, just so we can understand what happened there. Maybe there's nothing that we can do for that situation, but how do we avoid that in the future? But I've committed, I've spoken with the representative and committed to having that briefing in house tax anyway.
And thank you, Representative. And if you wouldn't mind, I think the Senate would be interested in that. We could do another joint committee on that also, just to help move the process. I think we're going to be pressed for time next session. So anything we can do to expedite. Committee, any other recommendations? Sure. Representative Long.
I still would like to pursue the concept of some way to, on this new construction that is exempt for many years, some way to establish up front how that process will come onto the tax roll at the end of the exemption period. So some way to work out a predetermined, I don't know how to word it exactly, but to take some of the ambiguity out of later, to try to tackle that up front so we're not as susceptible to lawsuits at the end when they come back on the tax rolls.
I think that's a great recommendation. I've often thought that's a simple solution. Why aren't they assessed at the beginning of the 10-year abatement and throughout, and that would help alleviate that
You know, it
problem.
might be a time where they both agreed to get it started, and it doesn't start till there's agreement made, or something like that.
Yeah. Does anybody object to that as a recommendation? Seeing none. Okay, committee, I think we're winding down. Are there any other recommendations that you'd like to see for the 2026 session? Speak now or forever? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You guys know this is a flexible process. I think these meetings generated a lot of thought, hopefully innovation for finding solutions that help Kansas taxpayers. Okay. Committee, I thank you for your work. Staff, can't thank you enough, and we're adjourned.